know what this is. And for those of you that aren't, just chill. We're gonna get down to that other stuff here in a second. But what I'm always trying to get everybody to understand is everything is vibration. So, before we do anything else, just vibe.
Lot of money, man. Shit don't stop. Whole lot of money. Never. That's all it's about. I'ma go get mine regardless. Diamonds too. I might put a bed in the range. It feel like I live on the road. I got my daughter to raise, so I'm falling back on you hoes. I counted up 50 today, so I'ma go get me some clothes. You had that powder you put on your feet. We had that powder you sniff in your nose. My niggas live by the code. I listen to rich, I don't listen to broke. I don't think you fit for the smoke. I laugh at your team, your clique is a joke.
Walk his cat out, what's up?
Just drop off a bag, I'ma pick up and blow. Remember my socks was wet. I fucked up half of my kicks in the snow. I used to walk to the train with only complaining the niggas I know. Niggas was cool with me, now I got jewelry, they don't look at me the same. They show me love when they right in my face, but hate, it never was show. I was taught you wanna see the body drop, you gotta aim at the brain. Got down on my knees and I prayed. I woke up with keys to the Wraith. I got the key to the safe. It's busting out with them hundreds. One party, I can't bring the gun in. They talk like they hard, they be running. I got the game right where I want it. I tatted the gang on my stomach. I might put a bed in the range. Feel like I live on the road. I got my daughter to raise, so I'm falling back on you hoes. Counted up 50 today, so I'ma go get me some clothes. You had that powder you put on your chest. We had that powder you sniff in your nose. My niggas live by the code. I listen to
Temptress the Enchantress, how you doing?
I don't think you fit for the smoke. I laugh at your team, your clique is a joke. Throw down the window and shoot. Just drop off a bag, I'ma pick up and blow. Remember my socks was wet. I fucked up half of my kicks in the snow. I used to walk to the train, but only complain the niggas I know. Niggas was cool with me, now I got jewelry, they don't look at me the same. They show me love when they right in my face, but hate, it never was show.
Just second, y'all.
I was taught you wanna see the body drop, you gotta aim at the brain. I might put a bed in the range, feel like I live on the road. I got my daughter to raise, so I'm falling back on these hoes. Counted up 50 today, so I'ma go get me some clothes. You had that powder you put on your feet, we had that powder you sniff in your nose. My niggas live by a code, now if I let you gon' get exposed. Freaky and get this to 30 years old, I hope I see 30 that hit me the most. This foreign just flip with the coast, I built me a brand, my business can grow. If I'm with my daughter, but I need some weed, my little bitch go pick up the smoke. Most of my niggas was broke, get it in blood or get it in coke. Flagging everywhere in these streets, go up north, heard you was crip on the low. I be with niggas that don't be on Instagram, cause they living the most. I kept a gun, but I couldn't pay rent with the toast.
Yeah, I love Virgo moon.
Bunch of roaches in my bedroom. I'm glad the phantom got leg room. Don't worry about him, he be dead soon. The hatred come cause I'm a threat to him. I used to get on the bus, go roll up a blunt with niggas I trusted. My uncle was fucking with Lee, can't listen to him cause that nigga was dusted. I value all of my jewelry, you get a funeral, you try to touch it. I hated the food up in jail, it twisted my stomach, that shit was disgusting. We throwing hollows, no punching. In the trap, I ain't have to go punching. We would go hustle so eagerly, watch what I say cause my daughter repeating me. Now stop sex when I meet with me. The ones I dream about come sleep with me. Still only the getting can eat with me. I think about mother, you needed me. Now stopping sex when I meet with me. The ones I dream about come sleep with me. Still only the gang can eat with me. I think about freaky, you need me. I might put a bed in the range. Feel like I live on the road. I got my daughter to raise, so I'm falling back on these hoes. Counted up 50 today, so I'ma go get me some clothes. You had that powder you put on your feet. We had that powder you sniff in your nose.
Everything is vibration. Look, if you haven't smiled yet today, now would be the perfect time to do so. And if you can't find a smile for yourself, please allow me to be the smile on your face. Because at the end of the day, all I am is the smile on your face. All I am is the motherfucking vibe. Tunisia, walk his cat house, Temptress the Enchantress. Good morning. Make sure y'all hit the like button as you come in my door. And in doing so, understand this is not about ego. Nah, this is about algorithm. PlUtO placements.
I myself feel behind, all that honest line. Behind the jail, in the grave, have to live.
Just let it seep in.
If I die,
Before I wait.
hope the Lord don't hesitate. Get to heaven, went through hell. Yeah, my peeps, all is well.
Welcome to this Virgo moon vibrational therapy.
Sitting next to just demons scream in my head, on my head, on my head. Let my home, let my head, off the slides, won't hide. Why is why? Till we find. Watch the song, stand in line for a slice of the devil's pie. Drunk some dogs, when it's wine, 3 or 4 at a time. Watch them all, stand in line for a slice of the devil's pie. Main greens to this dish goes like this. Here's the list: materialistic, greed and lust, jealousy, envious, bread dough, cheese, flash stash, cash and cream, temperatures, high degree, niggas come peace. Well, is this all about?
Let that music heal you.
Ain't no doubt, everybody's holding out on the loop, on the clock, right or wrong, you do or die. Only ventures classified. Watch your back, so will I, in these days and time. Off the slides, won't pie, why is why, till we fry. Watch the song, stand in line, for a slice of devil's pie. Drunk some dogs, women wine, 3 or 4 at a time. Watch them all, stand in line for a slice of the devil's pie.
You know, Libra risings have to drink with that pinky up. You gotta add a little touch of class to everything you do. Libra sons wouldn't know nothing about that.
Ain't no justice, just us. As the ashes, dust, dust. Time has come for most of us. Choosing which God to trust. I know I wanna die, such to find a peace of mind. 85, from the blind, there's a beautiful compromise. Fuck the sign, yeah, won't survive. Why is why? Just right, watch the song, stand in line, for a slice of the devil's mind.
We're gonna take just a few minutes to let a few more people trickle in.
Wait a minute.
And then we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty. So today that means we're gonna touch on the transits and elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you. But then after that, we're gonna get into the priceless top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements in astrology.
Niggas killing each other in the streets for all the line, all the line. Yeah, all the line, all the line. Give me those slides of the devil. Y'all say all the line, all the line. What? Slides of the devil. Yeah, all the line, all the line. Going out for slides of the devil.
Yeah, I know it. It tastes good too. Now, let me tell y'all something. For those of y'all that aren't familiar, this is priceless knowledge of self. I just knocked my whole get up though. We're the Vibe Tribe. There's thousands of us all over the world, so We're not thirsty for subscribers or hungry for attention. Nah. We're here to raise the vibration with knowledge and information. So we're going to talk about astrology and numerology and all types of stuff that help you understand yourself and energy better and thus raise your vibration. And it ain't going to be for everybody. So if it ain't for you, swipe up. Because as you come in on some troll shit or some fuck shit or some hating shit, either myself or my constituents, meaning my moderators, and there's hundreds of them probably by now, they're gonna ban you immediately. I'm talking about exile you expeditiously, and it has nothing to do with hate. No, this has to do with love. All right. See, as you come in on that hating shit, you're coming in with some negativity. That means you're just separating yourself from this beautiful vibe that we are establishing. All right. The vibe is here in the beginning for a reason. So we do have to be careful. God damn. All right, sorry. Before I came on, I almost burnt the whole house down. I lit an incense, and then I got up on a soapbox dealing with my team and what we do, and dealing with some menial matters and some bullshit that we do so in our group. And so we were talking about some shit, right? And I started typing. I just lit the incense, and then I started typing, and I forgot to blow it out. So when I turned around, there's this big ass flame. See, something is burning. Hold on. But let me fix this. I'll be right back. All right, my bad. We're gonna blame this on Mars. All right. The beautiful thing is, when you're dealing with astrology, you always have something you can blame shit on. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right, I'm back for it. My bad. Brittany said that's her bad. That was not Brittany's bad. Man, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on that's really menial and really minuscule. You know, I never sweat stuff as much as a lot of people do. I mean, there's real life happening. And plus, why would you allow some little bullshit to make you feel bad when you look this motherfucking good? What? Oh, hold on, sorry. I'm gonna reel it in. Let's get back to this Virgo moon vibrational therapy. If there ever was a Virgo moon song, it's this. Ready, Beretta, how you doing? What's up, Bob? Brittany, they experienced me first. Have a good day, son. There's thousands of people that come through here that have been here for years now. I'm just glad you get to experience this. This is where I come from. I have this.
Only time will tell who died. Only time will tell. Come look deeply in my eyes. See the murder mortalized. See the murder mortalized. These are the days of our lives. Now come into my world so you see that we are more than thugs. More than thugs, more than thugs, more than thugs. We just a little twist of harmony by smoking lethal warriors, 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 warriors. Now come into my world and you can see that we are more than thugs, more than thugs, more than thugs. We just a little twist of harmony by smoking lethal warriors, warriors, warriors.
You turn your thugs to I'm telling them soldiers yours. The daily collecting my lesson without any question, without any question, stressing, no resting. We journey this blessing, shit it again.
What's up, Queen?
Once the world was breaking me down, mesmerized, control.
What's up, Saturns Go?
Was in my time, looking for me,
But it won't get me in time. Only like in these rhymes, we rhyme. Better believe it's all the time. And no we lie. We straight up soldiers, but it ain't no soldiers. We raw before we go broke. And then we rob and y'all, all of y'all, all of y'all. Y'all my dogs, if you call or you fall, you better than it, whatever that I will be there. Lean on me, but let us get rid of the enemies. Look at me singing a wild, wild. If you think you can hang it, come into my room. You can see that we are more than friends, more than friends, more than friends, more than friends. We're just a little twist of harmony, but smoking lethal warriors, 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 warriors. Now come into my room, you can see that we are more than friends, more than friends, more than friends. We're just a little twist of harmony, but smoking.
As soon as you say something about colorism, as soon as you speak on something about Diddy, as soon as you say that shit, you just expose your lack of maturity. So just chill. As you say this negative shit, you just stop existing.
I told you keep bringing on platinum and gold. Back, put it all on the ground, get bone. Yeah, we used to get down, get down. When they clap back, put it on the ground, I get down. Let's get down, try with our way and go get lost and along and about window. A little easy blessings, so it's so cold, it's so cold. The music got stressed for the beats, the streets and all these parties, no, still fucked up, no. Come into my room, you can see that we are more than thugs, more than thugs, more than thugs, more than thugs. We're just a little twist of harmony by smoking lethal warriors, 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 warriors. Now come into my room, you can see that we are more than thugs, more than thugs, more than thugs. We're just a little twist of harmony by smoking lethal warriors, 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 warriors. Ain't no mystery, the pistol beat, I better put it in the Mercedes.
Jerry Garcia, you said what can help you with your depression? Lots of stuff, you know, getting into some type of meditative practice and seeing what the root of it is, you know, or getting into some type of spiritual, not ritual, but routine. That would be very helpful for you also. Oh, cause I'm a soldier at war.
Cause everybody wanna try.
Give the devil in me.
But the evil better than me. Keeps me at ease. Take notes, so here it comes. Never them coming to carry you. They call the limits when they put the things out. Show them. They put it to your temple. We'll let it brains out. You can see that we are more than thugs, more than thugs, more than thugs, more than thugs. We're just a little twist of harmony, but smoking lethal warriors.
Hey, Jack, I smoke like Snoop. I got blunts rolled up all over. These are full of rolled up blunts. That's what I do in my spare time. When I'm just chilling, I sit there and roll.
These are the days of our lives.
Now, let me tell y'all something before we go any further. Yeah, Watkins Cat House don't ever play about me, first of all. Yeah, I know how y'all mind, but the more, you know, appreciate y'all for everything y'all do, making sure that we keep the vibe on task, because, you know, the trolls come through. That's what we do when we streaming. It's gonna happen. I don't let that shit bother me because all that does is add to the quota. Every troll that comes through is a view on this bitch, which just adds to my motherfucking logistics, which just puts money in my pocket. And that's why I have y'all there doing what y'all do. I'm so appreciative of y'all. I let everybody motherfucking know that I have some soldiers and a legion of goddesses behind me. And, you know, thank y'all for everything y'all do. But yeah, I was just showing them. Yeah, I keep blunts rolled up. Like, I always have like 10 blunts rolled up at any point in time. I freak out when I get under 2 or 3 blunts that are rolled up. See? Fucking Pisces moon crutch. Look, attuned to Ken, thank you so much, period. They don't play about me. They don't play about this vibe. You know, people come here for a reason. You know, they come here for the vibe that we established. They come here for this knowledge. And so when you come in here and you disrespect that and you go to playing with me and my name, they take that as disrespect to them. You hear me? And so we're going to vibe like 2 more tracks and then we're going to get into the astrology, all right? So like I said a few minutes ago, what we're going to do is we're going to vibe for like 10 more minutes. We'll listen to like 2 more songs. And then I'll come through and I'll talk about the transits and everything that's going on energetically, basically give you an energetic forecast. And then after that, we'll get into the PrIcElEs top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements. Now, here's the thing. I realized as I was working, because I'm a PlUtO in Scorpio, and in certain ways, Scorpio is very self-centered. I looked at everything through the spectrum of PlUtO and Scorpio. So when I think about the most powerful PlUtO placements, I'm thinking PlUtO in the 1st house in Scorpio, PlUtO in the 7th house in Scorpio, PlUtO in the 10th house. No, like there's so many different PlUtO placements that prove to power. So today we're gonna get specific. All right, and if I can, I'll try to bring you some examples in some of them. All right, but you know, we're gonna get down to the specific placements with PlUtO. All right. Unfortunately, I haven't experienced, and a lot of us haven't been able to experience anything as far as people who had PlUtO in Gemini or PlUtO in Taurus or PlUtO in Aries. All right. And so we're just now on the other end of this for the last, you know, 40, 50 years we've been through, and then for the history immediately preceding that. All right, so we definitely going to get into that. Thank y'all to the mods. Stay on top of your shit. If you're on Facebook, you need to go join Star. Yeah, you know who we are. That's the Society of Tarot and Astrology Readers. And there's thousands of us all over the world too. All right? And they don't play no games. But if you're going to join Star, you got to check your feelings at the door, because it is a shit posting community. We lift each other up also, but we play a lot. And if you come in wearing your emotions on your sleeve or trying to assert yourself in a way that we aren't accepting of, you're going to get exposed just like that. Just like that. All right? So don't do it to yourself, Beans. All right? If you're a male, I'm letting you know it's not a safe space for a man. But you have to ask yourself, has the world been a safe space for a woman? Absolutely not. So it is what it is. You got to get over it. Don't come in trying to assert your male ego. Yes, there's plenty of awesome dudes in there, but there's no place for you to assert your male ego. All right? There can only be one king there. And I'm here, and there's actually 2 of me in Star. As crazy as that sounds, there's actually 2 of me. And so we can't do that. All right? So make sure you're respectful of them ladies. Don't be coming too forward with the sexual shit. Make sure you understand that it's a blessing to be there and to be able to be in that space. And also understand that at any point in time, they will turn on your ass. That's something I've had to accept from the beginning. All right? That's how I've been able to keep myself in check and not do things that are disrespectful, is understanding, hey, at any point in time, these motherfuckers will turn on my motherfucking ass too. All right? And so my sister has blessed me and empowered me in that community. Shout out to Joali, Queen Machete. All right. Shout out to the whole Machete clan. Luis Machete Rossi, her husband. They're awesome out there in Puerto Rico. They have so many things going on creatively. They have so much beautiful stuff going on. Luis has comics. He has music. Go subscribe to Machete KLA here on YouTube. Go look at the Machete Sound on Spotify. Go check out Queen Machete on Patreon. She is an awesome tarot card reader, or astrocartomancer as she likes to call it. She helps people learn how to live in lunar synchronicity. She is a financial advisor. She is my financial advisor. I can personally attest to the first day that I started working with her in my financial business, I made $4,000 in one day. Like 4 racks in one day like that. Bow! Just like that. So I can definitely attest to that. Her power and influence in some ways is unparalleled. She's awesome in her own right. We're gonna have her on soon. She wants to do a series with me. I keep promising y'all she's gonna come, but she's so busy it's hard to get her on here. All right, she runs a whole community. Star is her community. I run it through her vision, but at the same time, it's her community. She is in charge. Whatever she says is what goes there. That's what happens. And I'm just somebody who helps facilitate her vision. She's the creator. I'm one of the curators. Brittany is one of the curators. Richard is one of the curators. Dahlia is one of the curators. So we have, we have a whole squad of people. Il is one of the curators. Yvette is one of the curators. And so we have this beautiful thing that we have going there. But at the same time, y'all go join that. But if you're going to join the Facebook group, you might as well go join starthesociety.com. All right. Because once you join starthesociety.com, and it is free. There are paid tiers, but you can just join for free, and there's plenty of stuff that you can access for free. But if you join that, you're going to be prompted to download the Mighty Networks app. As you download the Mighty Networks app, it's going to magically transform into the Star Social Media Network. That's right. We got our own social media network just for us. You heard me? The Society of Tarot and Astrology Readers. So if you're an astrologer, a numerologist, if you're a witch, if you know what I'm saying, if you just want to put down your britches, if you just want to be able to go to a space without having to worry about Zuck and his clucks and all of that bullshit and all the people that are going to be disrespectful as fuck, go join starthesociety.com. You heard me? Now, let me also get my other promotion out the way before we do anything else. Because they sent me these outfits right here. Shout out to freshandfitted.com, and specifically highly underrated clothing company. Hey, they fly, y'all. This jacket, the Wild Ones Championship, you know what I'm saying? They sent that to me, made it specifically for me. You won't see anybody else with this. I actually have a whole outfit that comes with this. There's some pants and stuff. I'm not gonna stand up. But yeah, that's where we at with that. So make sure y'all hit the like button, y'all. I'm just tuning y'all into what we got going on. Now, like I said, we're going to vibe to maybe 2 more tracks. And then after that, we'll talk about what's going on astrologically. And then after that, we'll get into the price list top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements in astrology. This is some Virgo moon vibrational therapy.
Baby, look at me. Mama love you. And I know you ain't no little boy no more, but you'll always be my baby. It seems like only yesterday I was holding you in my arms. Now look at you now, big one. But I worry about you. I worry about you all the time. Hanging out on the corner all times of night with the cool people. Baby, that ain't nothing but trouble. I always taught you that you could have whatever you dream. Well, I want you to hold on to that dream, baby. Hold on to it real tight. Because the sky's the limit.
Vibe.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing tonight? I'd like to welcome to the stage.
No, ascending is the rising.
I like this young man.
It's just a more proper term.
He came out with the phrase, he went from ashy to classic. I like that. So everybody in the house, give a warm round of applause for the notorious B.I.G. The notorious B.I.G., ladies and gentlemen.
A Virgo moon.
nigga never been as broke as me. I like that. When I was young,
But this is a Capricorn vibe too.
Besides that, the pinstripes in the gray, the one I wore on Mondays and Wednesdays. While niggas flirt, I'm throwing tigers on my shirt and alligators. They want to see the inside, but I'll see you later. They come the drama. Oh, that's that nigga with the fake. Wow. Why you punch me in my face? Stay in your place, play your position. Here come my intuition. Go in this nigga pocket. Rob him while his friends watching. That hoes clocking. Here comes respect. This crew's your crew, or they might be next. Look at their man eye. Big man, they never try, so we roll with them.
PlAcEmEnTs is the house system.
Niggas want me milks at lunch. The milks with chocolate, the cookies, butter crunch. AK, eyes class, and blue and white duck. Ask the
Just keep on pressing on. Sky is the limit, and know that you can keep learning. Sky is the limit, and God, you keep pressing on. Just keep on pressing on. Sky is the limit, and I know that you can have what you want, be what you want, have what you want, be what you want.
I was ashamed, my crew was lame. I had enough heart for most of them, long as I got stuff for most of them. So, even when I was wrong, I got my point across. They depicted me the boss. Of course, my orange box color make the world go round. Plus I'm fucking bitches ain't my homegirls now. Start stacking, dabbled in crack, gun packing. Nickname Medina, made the scenes, took my Nina. From gym class to hand glass, passed off for global. The only nigga with a mobile. Can't you see like total? Getting larger and wasting taste. Ain't no telling where this gun is heading. Just in case, keep a shell at the tip of your melon. Clear the space. Your brain was a terrible thing to waste. 88 on gates, snatch initial nameplates, smoking splits with niggas. Real life beginning killers, praying God forgive us for being sinners.
I hate to hear that peaceful aura. Hey y'all in this generation are hilarious, man. You want to jump on somebody else's stream, begging for attention while trying to take them down a few pegs. When you could just be doing your own thing. If you need attention, go make your own stream, go do your own thing. You can have what you want, you can be what you want. Because that negativity will never bring me down.
The enterprise and I ain't have to be in school by 10. I then began to encounter with my counterparts.
But you're not.
Breaking down into sections, drugs by these selections. Some use pipes, others use injections. Syringe sold separately, Frank the deputy. Took the damn my Smith and Wesson like my dick was missing. To protect my position, my corner, my layer. While we out here, say the hustler's prayer.
I would have to know your chart personally, peaceful aura.
Take a better thing, put money in my mom's hand. Get my daughter this college plan, so she don't need no man. Stay far from timid, only make moves when your heart's in it. And live the phrase, sky's the limit. Motherfucker, I am Trump on top.
Sky is the limit, and know that you keep on. Just keep on pressing on. Sky is the limit, and know that you can have what you want. Sky is the limit, and know that you keep on. Just keep on pressing on. Sky is the limit, and know that you can have what you want. Be what you want. Sky is the limit, and know that you keep on. Just keep on pressing on. Sky is the limit, and know that you can have what you want. Be what you want. Sky is the limit, and know that you keep on. Just keep on pressing on. Sky is the limit, and know that you can have what you want. Be what you want. Sky is the limit, and know that you keep on. Just keep on pressing on. Sky is the limit, and know that you can have what you want.
Hey, before we go into this, let me look, peaceful aura. You said, do I have any advice? Like I said, I would have to know more about your chart personally to be able to ascribe it to something astrologically. I mean, Aries in the house of shared resources doesn't say anything about this. You say your father inherited millions from your grandfather, told you never gave you anything, stole your money. You said, okay, fine, don't give you anything. You made peace with that. But he scams you and lives in your house and won't pay you back. I mean, that does look like there could be some conflicts around me with Aries there. That does speak to conflicts around shared resources. But like I said, I would have to know more about what's going on with you and more what's going on with your dad. I think you need to set some boundaries then. I mean, if we're going to be honest here, and sometimes people don't want to be honest, all right? And so I'm not saying this is what, but are you keeping him around and hoping that he eventually gives in and gives you the money? Or if he hasn't given you any money yet and he's still in your house, then he needs to go on. If he has a way for him to take care of himself, or even if he has a way to pay for someone to take care of him, then he needs to go do his own thing, you know, and you have to set some boundaries there, but and stand up for yourself. And Aries is there for that, you know, understand that. But I also would say just looking at that, right? If you own your house and it's your house, then you can legally make anyone leave. So if he has a way to take care of himself and do things for himself, that is, or you need to set a boundary and say, hey, you need to pay me this much. If you don't pay me this much, then we're going to have to do something else. You need to come up with some type of written agreement with the notary or with an attorney. So it looks like you're going to have to go through a legal process, or you're going to have to figure out why you're keeping them around, because sometimes when we're in those situations, there's going to be people who are going to keep somebody around and hoping that they eventually get some money up out of them. And so that person knows that they have the money. So in a way, they feel empowered. So they feel like they're able to control situations and manipulate with those resources that they have available to them. And so what they do is they hold kind of the money over your head or the situation, and you want the money, you need it even in certain instances. And so you're like, hey, you know, if I just play nice for this long, this is gonna happen. Or if I do this, but at some point you're either gonna have to put your foot down, or you're gonna have to stand up and show that money doesn't have any power over you. And if that person is able to take care of themselves, they should take care of themselves. So I hope that answers the question for you. Y'all hit the like button if you can. Hold on, my sister said something to me. All right, yeah. Anyway, let's vibe one more time and then we out. We're going to vibe to one more, and then we're going to talk about what's going on astrologically.
There comes a day in your life when you want to kick back, straw hat on the porch when you're old perhaps. Want to gather your thoughts, have a cold one, brag to your grandkids on how life is golden. So I'ma light a cigar in the corridor of the crib. Pictures on the wall of all the things that I did, all the money and fame. 8x10s of the whole rat pack inside of a big frame. Colliding with big names that could have made your career stop. All that, and your man is still here and I'm still hot. Wow, I need a moment, y'all. See, I almost felt a teardrop. When was the last time you heard a real anthem? Nas, the millionaire, the mansion. When was the last time you heard your boy Nas rhyme? Never on schedule, but always on time.
These streets hold my deepest days. This had taught me golden ways. Made me. This is what made me. Break me. It's gonna break me. These streets hold my deepest days. This had taught me golden ways. Made me. This is what made me. Break me. It's gonna break me. I'm not history. I'm not clock. I'm not lifestyle. I'm not spot. I'm not kid by the number spot. That's my past that made me high.
Yes, your South Node is important. I can't forget about you.
Can't forget about the old school. Bam, Cass, Melly Mel, Flash, rock steady spinning on they back. Can't forget when the first rap Grammy went to Jazzy. Fresh Prince, Fat Boys broke up. Rap hasn't been the same since. So irregular, how it messed you up when Mr. T became a wrestler. Can't forget about Jordan's retirement. The shot Robert Horry hit to win the game in the finals, kid. Some things are forever, some things are not. It's the things we remember that gave the world shock. They stay in a place in your mind so snug. Like who the person was when you first made love. When was the last time you heard a real anthem? Nas, the millionaire, the mansion. When was the last time you heard your boy Nas rhyme? Never on schedule, but always on time.
These streets hold my deepest days. This had taught me golden waves. Made me truly, this is what made me. Break me out, it's gonna break me. These streets hold my deepest days. This had taught me golden waves. Made me truly, this is what made me. Break me out, it's gonna break me. I'm not history, I'm not clock. I'm not lifestyle, I'm not spot. I'm that kid by the number spot. That's my past that made me high. Here's my life on anthem. Can't forget about you. Forget about you. Forget about you.
Unforgettable, unsubmittable. I go by N now, just one syllable. It's the end cause the game's tied, it's the same vibe. Good times had right after James died. That's why the gangster rhyme is ain't a spot. Heinous crimes help record sales more than creative lines. And I don't want to keep bringing up the greater
Nas is definitely a Virgo.
Nostalgic with the state of mind. The past.
He's a technician.
Nothing gives me chills like Douglas and Tyson. I like when his talk was live. And when he first did the moonwalk on Motown 25. When was the last time you heard a real anthem? Nas, the millionaire, the mansion. When was the last time you heard your boy Nas rhyme? Never on schedule, but always on time.
These streets hold my deepest days. This had taught me golden waves. Made me truly, this is what made me. Break me, nothing's gonna break me. These streets hold my deepest days. This had taught me golden waves.
Now let's talk about what's going on cosmically. All right. We've wasted enough time. It's time to get to work. Perfect. Shout out to Beats by PlAcEmEnTs Music. He makes all of these beats for us to vibe to during these live sessions. So we're incredibly grateful for having our own in-house producer and shit. You understand? Shout out to the motherfucking GOAT himself, Beats by PlAcEmEnTs Music. Shout out to production. Now, let's talk about the sun, y'all. Because as we speak today, right here, right now, the sun is at 27 degrees of Capricorn. So that means by the time we come back on Monday, it's going to be Aquarius season. So Monday will be an Aquarius season vibrational therapy. So right now, you just got to tough it out. We in the shit. Like they said in that movie Jarhead, welcome to the suck. That's what it is with Capricorn season, man. Sometimes you gotta just get into it and grit. If you want to see the rewards, if you want things to be different, you gotta make it different. And see, Aquarius brings that difference. You understand? But right now, this is where you make that difference. Whether it be you setting yourself apart, or whether you getting organized, or whether you coming up with something that's gonna revolutionize. This is where it happens right here. You put the work in now to see the change and the reward come through in Aquarius season. That's the evolution of energy. You heard me? And so right here at 27 degrees of Capricorn, this is deep. And it's real easy to get depressed and feel like things ain't gonna change right now. But I think you're losing sight of what's ahead. All right. Now, the sun is opposite to Mars still. And so you taking everything personal, you and your feelings about everything, that's not going to help this situation. All right, look at the sun here. You know, Mars is there retrograde in Cancer. And in its own way, it's not only in detriment, it's falling there. And so with Mars right there, it's real easy for you to waste energy on bullshit, or for you to get caught up in your feelings and be inefficient in your expression of your energy, or get caught away from what the main thing really is, or lose sight of what's important. But nah, you got that Capricorn energy there reminding you got responsibilities, bitch. Alright, you just gotta tough it out. A change gonna come. You heard me? Now the sun is also sexed out in Neptune. So what's beautiful about that is you just gotta have hope. You just gotta have that inside of you. Remember what I tell you about Neptune there in Pisces. People look for things externally, and that's not going to help because everything is projection based in reality these days. All right, so the only thing you can trust is how you feel. You have to let that main line to the divine inside of you be your guide. So you got to trust your inner compass. And so when you have the sun sextile to Neptune there, hey man, don't get that shit twisted. All right, this is something that can give you inspiration, but you don't find inspiration externally. You find inspiration inside of you. There's something inside of you that pushes you and said, hey, it can get better. It will get better. Just keep grinding, keep pushing. This is the inspiration that you need because you have me. All right, and when you say, what do you have in you? You. Yes, the kingdom of heaven lives inside of you. If you want to believe that also, that's something that you can apply to that. You know what I'm saying? You can't get away from spirituality when you get caught up in religion. And so with this right here, never forget that spirituality is always an inner journey. All right, so what you got to do with this is trust your inner compass. All right, so even if the shit seems fucked up and the world seems hopeless, and even if the president is fucking changing, it doesn't mean that the economy is gonna get better. Shit is still high as fuck. How long is this gonna take for shit to get better? The taxes ain't coming yet. You still waiting on your fucking W-2s. You fucking frustrated about life. Your kid's bad as fuck. You just had Christmas and now you broke. And you just have all of this stuff right here that's just accumulating with this Capricorn energy, right? But if you just find it inside you to keep going, you're doing it because you love doing it. You're doing it because this is all a part of what you signed up for. You're doing it because this is just a part of the process and you're not the only one that's having to go through it. So you just got to push through it to get, in order to go get through it, you got to go through it. You heard me? To get through it, you got to go through it. What's up, Anthony? How you doing? With this right here, this is never more evident because the sun is also sextile to the north node. The north node is conjunct to Neptune. So as this progresses over the weekend, it's going to get stronger and stronger into Sunday. And so as things get heavier and heavier with the energy, you just got to remember what it's all about right here. You got to remember what the fuck it's all about. Find your inspiration. Let me be your muse. This is called Class by Beats by Bless on our music, and class is now in session. Somebody ring the motherfucking bell. This is priceless knowledge in this bitch. Huh? Oh man, I love this shit right here. I haven't heard this in so long.
JP.
I love the way Now let's talk about the moon. See, shout out to JP. JP made this. Beats didn't make this one. My boy JP made it, but man, that sample is so live in that bitch and that fucking guitar. That's perfection. Y'all, I done burnt up my wife's fucking doormat up there. It's a new doormat. I done fucking dropped it. The incense caught on fire earlier and the big old piece of incense broke off. And I use huge ass incense sticks. I don't know if y'all have ever seen those incense sticks that I use, the ones that you get from the Arabians or whatever, but I use huge incense sticks. And so I was lighting that hoe and that bitch, I forgot, and it caught on fire. But it broke, like when it you know, the pieces just fall off as it's getting as it's on fire. And so I done burnt up her fucking mat, so I know it's finna be some bullshit. Be alright though. Oh, I gotta go.
JP.
Sorry, I have to read this. All right. I was texting. I had to read something. I got some other stuff going on, y'all. My bad. What do you say what the fuck for, though? Somebody said some crazy shit, or you... What did I do? That bitch is jamming right there. Now, let's talk about the moon for real. So the moon, as we speak right now, is at 12 degrees of Virgo. And first of all, when the moon comes into Virgo, people just get a little bit more analytical, critical, and technical. All right, they're not more emotional. They're analytical and critical and technical. Period. Let me see what this was said. Oh, y'all don't move Brittany. Nah, Brittany's good. Brittany's my family. Hey, y'all didn't hire Brittany, did you? Nah, Brittany's good. Brittany, are you here? Nah, Brittany's my family. When she said RIP, she's talking about because of my wife. Hold on. Now, sorry, I thought they banned you. I'm trying to read what Joe Alley's saying and watch the chat. But I can get back to her. She'll tell me. Here. I'll help out right here. Hey, y'all good? Brittany's my little sister. She's a Libra sun, so she's just a little bit slow, but hey, y'all just treat her like she's my sister. All right. Sometimes there's only so many good genes that can go into a family tree. You understand? It's just like, you feel? Now, back to what I was saying. The moon is in Virgo. People get just a little bit more analytical, critical, and technical. The small stuff comes into focus. Now, there's also this thing where people can have a certain anxiousness that kicks in. Well, what they have here is the mind-gut connection. And we all play about having to go to the bathroom and shit on the Virgo moon, but that's actually a real thing. There's something that's triggered in your body that's like, hey, once you have a little bit of that anxiousness that kicks in with that Virgo moon, and once you have something that's off in the particulars, it can really fuck up your digestive system at this point right here. But ultimately, it really revolves around that mind-gut connection, and there being just that much more mental energy put in the mix, and just that much more mental put into the mental energy to the mix. It could make people a little bit more nervous or a little bit more anxious. It can just add just a little bit more to it that can just be enough to fuck you up. It just ticks it off just a little bit. All right. But that's how it goes. That's the Virgo moon. Now, the moon is doing a lot over the next few hours and the next few days, but ultimately right now the moon is trine to Mercury, opposite to Venus and Saturn, and square to Jupiter. So over the next few hours, this is going to be one of those times where people might have some stuff where they're annoyed very easily. You know, with the moon trying to Mercury and Capricorn, people are going to want to stick to the facts. They're going to want to stay logical. They're going to want to work. They're going to keep the main thing. So when you deviate from the plan, that's going to start to frustrate people. And then you also start to see people who, if one little thing starts to irritate them a little bit, that you're going to get an adverse reaction, and it's just natural because people don't want to play with you. People ain't going to play with you. All right, now there can also be a dry sense of humor and a lot of sarcasm right now, where people are just kind of talking shit because this is an Earth trine. But other than that, if you keep the main thing, if you stay on task, it's gonna be incredibly productive. All right. Now, with the moon opposite to Venus in Pisces, it's like, yeah, you get annoyed kind of easy. Even though you're trying not to let small shit bother you, because Venus is in Pisces, and that's why Venus is exalted there. You don't want small shit to fuck with you. You get what I'm saying? As you channel this moon in Virgo energy, small shit does fuck with you. And so either you're going to be totally not present, or you're going to be too consumed with the particulars, and you're going to be really nervous right now. See, those oppositions is one end or the other, right? So you have to find the appropriate balance. You have to find some type of healthy thing for you right now, whether it's giving yourself a few minutes to just desensitize, or giving you a few minutes to just get into a healthier mindset, or to clear your mentality. Do whatever you can to calm yourself down and chill the fuck out, because what this does, like I said, is either you're going to be in la la land and you're not present, and that keeps you off task, or on the other end of that, you're going to be nervous, and little bitty small shit's going to be constantly fucking with you. And so you have to find some type of way to come to an appropriate medium right there. And so the best thing to do is give yourself a few minutes to sort things out for yourself and get into the most efficient expression of energy and the most healthy emotional state that you can. All right, and even if you don't want to deal with feelings, neither one of those really want to deal with feelings. Even though it's Pisces, Pisces likes to escape and get away from those feelings a lot of the times, because a lot of the times Pisces has no boundaries between their own feelings and the mood of the moment or the temperature of the times. And so with Virgo ain't got time for that shit. It's just like, that shit is an annoyance. And so there's definitely sensitivity there, but sensitivity is not always emotional. So that's what that is. Hey, I appreciate it, El Solo Ojo. But yeah, that's what it is with that right there. Now, with the moon also opposite to Saturn, that's where, people start to worry. Like moon opposite to Saturn, and this being moon in Virgo already with Saturn in Pisces already, people start to worry, and your fears start to kick in, and you start to think about everything that's going wrong, and it just gets you off track, and it puts you in a fucked up mood. And so it's just hard to maintain with that. And with Venus also caught up conjunct to Saturn, it's just hard for you to shake that shit off and be like, oh, it's all right no matter what. So you just have to tough it out. This is one of those times where you just have to let yourself process things as heavy as it can be, and get to a place where you can be as healthy as can be. But yeah. Can you feel that? That vibe, man. And make sure y'all go join the Tribal Council too. That's the memberships here on the channel. There's perks that come along with it, and the more people we get, the more perks we can offer, the more we can do stuff just for the Tribal Council, the more I can have classes there and everything that we need to do there. And hey, it's also just making a commitment the way that I'm committed, and I show up 4 times a week for y'all. You know what I'm saying? I go live for 3 or 4 hours 4 times a week. I drop a new video every week as far as content. I have over 500 videos besides the live sessions, and I have probably over 200 live sessions that we have over the last few years. And so, hey man, I'm constantly working. Besides the practice that I actually run doing astrology and numerology for people all over the world, and me having clients that I coach for. And so, hey man, join that Tribal Council. That right there has a vibe to it. Yeah, that Capricorn Mars be out here, don't it? Just fine. Now the moon is also square to Jupiter. And that means your energy gets all over the place because you have a lot of fucking nervous energy. There's a lot of fucking mental energy. But Jupiter's retrograde. So it's not particularly helpful or focused. Now let me turn that down. Yeah, we vibing in that bit. Yeah. Hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet before I get mad and go home. I'll knock all this shit over.
This is crazy.
Shout out to Beats by Bless, Zone Out Music. He's that priceless producer around there, bit. You understand me? Beats, what you doing this morning? I wish I had a button like on Facebook where you could just bring somebody on live, where I could just press a button and be like, bring them on live with you. You understand? That would be live. I could just let me show my bro sitting there in his bonnet, in his boxers. Yeah. Now, back to the knowledge though. Venus. No, let's talk about Mercury first. Mercury is at 13 degrees of Capricorn. Mercury in Capricorn, you're basically seeing things for how they are. You're basically telling it like it is. You're sticking to the facts. You want people to stick to the facts when they're dealing with you. You want to keep it business. It's not that it's just all the way serious, but it's kind of serious. You know, there's definitely a sense of humor that's there, but it's more ironic or sarcastic or biting even. With the Virgo moon, there's going to be people that are going to be talking shit about people and picking people apart. There's going to be some roasting going on. That's just how that energy naturally flows. But other than that, it's like there's not a whole bunch in the way of imagination right now. And sometimes you don't need that. You need to keep it realistic. You got to keep it realistic with yourself so you can think rationally. So you don't get expectations that get blown out of proportion. we actually need this right now as we're coming into these next few months, especially with us here in the United States about to have a shift from one president to the other, and going from somebody who's inactive and inept to somebody who's more active and more vocal, and somebody who, is looking to make a statement in whatever way. And so, whether you favor that or not, that's something that's happening. And people, you know, the way that we look at it from a United States perspective, it can be very self-centered, because a lot of the times us as Americans think the whole world is centered around us. But right now, in this moment, this is something that is going to affect everything in the whole motherfucking world. All right. It doesn't mean that this is going to have as a tremendous effect on you over there, but it is going to have something that affects the whole world, because Donald Trump looks to do something as far as foreign affairs that is going to be controversial in certain ways, and he is a provocative personality, and so there is going to be things that have a global effect with that right there. This is a complete energetic shift in the way things are approached, and it's going to mean that other people are going to have to approach things differently, for better or for worse. All right, so just like we're having this energetic shift from Pisces to Aries, both with Saturn and Neptune during this year, we have this shift from Taurus to Gemini with Uranus this year. You feel me? We've had this shift from the North Node to Aries and Pisces, where it's like, nah, you need to chill, you need to forgive. It's like, no, you can't, you know what I'm saying? That's what the North Node is telling us, but the North Node is what you're trying to work to. It's not what's naturally there. It's what you're trying to work into. So on the other end of that, you have Virgo, where it's like people are, little bitty stuff is irritating and people are picking things apart, and it's the particulars that are really in focus right here. And so it's a very interesting time to be alive. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. I just think for these energetic shifts, it all makes sense. And so with this right here with Mercury and Capricorn, it's just incredibly important that we keep it realistic as far as our expectations go right here. And so that starts up here. All right, you can't help how you feel, but you can help how you think. You can change how you think. All right, and that can influence your emotions from there. And so try to change your mindset about things. With Pluto and Aquarius, you have to have an open mind about the future. You have to understand the power is with the people, no matter who's in charge. Because of technology, we're connected all over the world. We can change things together. We can revolutionize things. We can make sure that the world is a different place by the time this is all said and done, and that can be beautiful. But we have to do it as a collective. So you have to get your head out of your own ass. And so Pluto and Aquarius is perfect for that right there. And so just look at that shit right there and think in your head, like, man, if you just have an open mind about what we can do while also being realistic about your expectations, that allows you to really play the game appropriately. When people think about Aquarius energy, the first thing they think about is Uranus. Well, Aquarius is actually mainly ruled by Saturn, and Uranus is the co-ruler, the modern ruler, because Saturn's been there. We've always been aware of Saturn. Uranus was discovered way later. All right. And so we still have a rudimentary understanding of what Uranus does, because Uranus's movements and energy is so erratic. You hear me? And so with that being so erratic, you just got to be able to look at that from a perspective and say, hey, this is how I work with this, or this is what we do with this right here. All right. And so Mercury and Capricorn, as I said, seeing limitations doesn't always mean that that's a bad thing. Knowing the rules of the game doesn't restrict you. And sometimes when you're somebody who lives off the cuff, when you see rules, that looks automatically like something that's restricting you. Well, in this case with Mercury and Capricorn, in the rules, and being realistic about yourself, that allows you to play the game the right way. And once you play the game the right way, you can really fucking win. And so keep it strictly business. Don't let your emotions get in the way, even though that's going to be damn near impossible to do with Mars retrograde in Cancer. But try to keep your feelings in check if you can't control them. Keep them in check, which there's a completely different thing as far as control and keeping them in check. That means understanding that you have to release them. If you repress them, it ends up being a danger to you and the people that you're dealing with. Instead, just try to find the appropriate way that you can express them or have an outlet for them. All right. And so with this, try to keep your feelings in check. Try to make sure that you're staying realistic about your expectations. And it's fine to laugh. Like, yeah, the world is crazy right now. It's cool. The irony of what we're going through is crazy. It's fucking crazy. But other than that, it's going to be some shit right here that is going to be able to allow us to really put ourselves in a position to win. All right. If you pay attention and you stay on top of your shit and you stay on point, now that you know what's going on, if you know what's going on politically, if you know what's going on economically, then you're able to play the game appropriately. If you know what opportunities are out there, then you can go ahead and take advantage of those opportunities. If you know what's not going to work out for you, you ain't going to waste your time doing some shit that's not going to work out for you. And so a lot of times you say, if that's not going to work out for you, you get depressed. No, you don't get depressed. That just means, hey, that allows you to understand that you don't have to waste your time doing that. You ain't got to fuck with that. If that's not going to be something that's worth it, or that's not going to be something that's productive for you, leave it the fuck alone and move on and do something that's going to actually be helpful for you. All right. And Mercury is sextile to Venus. So the beautiful thing about Mercury being sextile to Venus is even though Mercury's in Capricorn, you ain't got to be mean to people because you ain't stressing about that. All right. You're just going to say what needs to be said in the most, what is going to say with Pisces? What's the word I would call it with Pisces? Compassionate way possible. And you're going to move on from that. All right, and that's going to be beautiful. Mercury sextile to Venus, what it offers is tact. And right here, you might need a little tact to approach situations. All right. So that's definitely this right here. I appreciate it, Saturn's go. But yeah, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button while you're here. Did I miss anything? No. No. All right, we're good. We're good. Sorry, y'all. Let's get back to the vibe, though. No, I don't even want that. Now, Mercury's also sextile to Saturn because Venus is conjunct to Saturn. And so Mercury sextile to Saturn is kind of exactly what I was saying just a few minutes ago. It's more or less like it's kind of okay, but at a core level, you're not thinking well enough about the situation. And you not thinking well enough about the situation can limit you. But you also thinking realistic about the situation can help you. So a sextile is something that's going to need synthesis right here. A sextile is not automatic like a trine. It can be beautifully positive, even better than a trine because you are working with it, right? But it can also be something that ends up being nothing or something that can end up being a little frustrating. It's not going to be something that's going to be a hindrance, but because it's still a sextile. But it is something that could end up being nothing or something that's a little frustrating because your expectations in this scenario were not fulfilled. Just so we know. Just so we're learning together. What's up, Die with the jewelry? How you doing? That bitch is vibing right there. Hey, Saturn's Go, you said, if I read somebody's natal chart, what can I use the most to instantly tell how somebody is or who they are? Their moon placements. The moon is the most important. I've told you this so many times. The moon. The moon. The sun is there and all that shit, but the moon. Where the moon is, the condition of the moon, what their moon sign is, where the house placement is, if you know any aspects to their moon, everything you can know about their moon is going to tell you something about who a person really is. You heard me? Nah, Beats didn't make this one, but this one is live though. But yeah. I hope that answers the question. Peaceful aura, I promise you'll be okay. You gotta set a boundary. And you also, I mean, you can't, if you're not gonna let money control you, then you can't let money control you or hold you. Like I gave you the keys to the game. You gotta be able to use it. You can't let money control you or hold you, or if you're going to, then you gotta put your foot down. Oh, you were saying what's up to Beats. My bad. My bad. Don't be saying what's up to Beats in my chat. I say what's up to Beats, and then everybody say what's up to me, and then I say, hey Beats, they say what's up. Y'all don't be talking to Beats directly in the chat. Don't fucking talk to Beats by Bledzone Out Music directly in the motherfucking chat. Y'all might be trying to get this nigga to go DJ at parties and shit. We ain't trying to do that. He's our personal in-house producer. Might be talking about, why don't we make some beats for my channel? Nah, fuck your channel. Alright, y'all can say what's up to him because he said something back. But for real though. Nah, he his own producer. He is ours, but he's his own too. I just be giving him a hard time. You know that's my family. But yeah, don't talk to him directly though. You talk to me and then I'll talk to him. And don't talk to me directly. Talk to him and then he'll talk to me. You heard me? Look at my magic. Brady Beretta. All right. Y'all can talk to me directly. But my Venus and Leo don't like y'all paying attention to no other niggas in my chat. You heard me? No, we can't do that. See, that's what your problem is in your life right now. You want to talk to both two niggas together and shit. And that's why you got the relationship issues that you have, Cherie. I ain't trying to put your business out there, but see where you got out of line. So let me put y'all up on game. I don't like y'all. Don't be paying attention to no other niggas in my chat. Y'all can. I got Venus and Leo. Y'all can keep it brief, keep it cute. Hey, what's up, Beats? Show him the deuce and keep it on moving. Don't be. We ain't finna be doing that. All right. All right. For real. Don't stop playing with me. Now, back to where I was at. Brady Beretta said Venus and Gemini things is in you, not on you. Stop using astrology for your to blame your negative behaviors. Only I can do that. Next time you say, I wonder what it is, and then I say, it's probably your Venus in Gemini. This is the type of stuff that causes those behaviors. All right, for real. Yeah, there we go. See how you try to spin it to cater to my ego, talking about Cancer sun things. Don't try to cater to my ego. Oh, this is good. Peaceful aura, you need to meditate, separate yourself from all of this energy right here and give yourself some objective perspective on things. That's my advice that I have for you. Right now, if you have all of that going on, what I would do is go give yourself some time and space by yourself to really just chill the fuck out. Stop letting the little things get to you. Figure out what the main thing is, focus on the main thing, and little by little get yourself into the healthiest mindset you can, so you can approach things rationally. That's what you should do. But right now, you're frustrated or you're aggravated. You got to look at things objectively for a minute. I done gave you the keys to the game already. Now, back to this. Venus is at 14 degrees of Pisces, but Venus is conjunct to Saturn. So Venus in Pisces in its expression is, it's beautiful, it's divine in a way. You know, when you're doing something artistic, you have that divine inspiration, you have compassion, you have understanding. When you're dealing with people, you have that compassion and understanding, and you're not letting the little stuff get in the way of your love. All right. And so this is the closest thing to unconditional love that there is, right? But Venus is exalted in Pisces because the little stuff isn't going to get in the way of this right here. The little stuff is not going to keep you off balance. You're going with the flow. And you're also letting divinity flow through you when you're talking about something artistic or creative. All right, and this could be in any type of endeavor. And there's so many ways that you can be creative. People limit themselves when they think about being creative. They're thinking about doing art in some way, as far as painting or drawing or something like that. They're thinking writing songs. They're thinking writing screens. They're thinking about writing books. But there's so many other ways that you can be creative. You can be inventive. When you're being inventive, that is creating something. So that is being creative. You understand? So even look at people who are architects, people who are constructing buildings. These are people who are creative. You understand? These are people who are constructing something, and they're coming up with something, and then they're creating something from the ideas within their mind. And so there's so many ways that creativity can play out. This is where you become divinely inspired to make something beautiful, something that speaks to the vibe. You know, something right now that could also speak to sadness with Venus conjunct to Saturn, something that speaks to the pain that you go through with that. See, that's what goes with this right here. With Venus conjunct to Saturn, there's also this thing where there's a little bit of worry. But within that worry, you know, there's also love within that. Like, if you didn't care, would you be worried? You know, when Venus conjunct to Saturn, there's that right there. And so if you have this right here, there's this right here where you can just reaffirm a commitment to something and say, hey, you know what? Yes, I'm worried, but you know what? Worry is a part of this. You know what I'm saying? If there wasn't pain, love wouldn't be so sweet. You know what I'm saying? If I didn't care, I wouldn't be worried. And so understand there's a reason for this. And so you caring right now is beautiful, but it can also be right here something that presents a certain sadness or limitation on the joy that you can experience. All right, because you are feeling the heavier parts of this right now, but understand it's more important because the heavier parts are still parts of the whole, and parts of the whole is everything that's beautiful with that. You understand? That's Venus in Pisces conjunct to Saturn in Pisces right here. This is not where you lose control or you slide off. This is where you reaffirm your commitment despite the fear, despite the worry. This is where you say, hey, you know what? This is why I'm still here. This is why I'm still in it, because I know that love exists. You know, if I didn't give a fuck, I wouldn't be worried. And you just got to remember that. So this means you do care. And if you do care, then that means that whatever this is right here is something that you should care about, trying to help and heal and forgive. Sometimes you need to just forgive something within yourself, and that allows your relationship to be healthier. You know what I'm saying? And so right here, this is a reality check when it comes to your relationship issues and everything in your life. And it's just like, okay, this is what matters. And some of the stuff that I'm worried about and I stress about doesn't matter. You know, the moon is opposite to this. So there's going to be some little stuff that comes up that bothers you. But there's this reaffirmation that comes on the other end of this just today with Venus and Saturn. That's like, hey, you know what? This is why I'm still in it. Yes, it sucks sometimes, but it's so much more beautiful because guess what? I've made it through that, and I respect this and I value it so much more because of the things that I've experienced that some people would have split and ran on. But I'm not splitting and running because my love is what matters. All right, yeah, it hurts. And you might not ever understand withstanding pain. But as Betty Wright said, no pain, no gain. Remember that. I be teaching y'all a little something, a little something, a little something. Is you trying to learn? Oh, these are crazy beats. This is called Pisces Rising by Beats by Blessings on Down Music.
Perfect.
What you mean? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what I'm saying until I say it. Saturn's Ghost said, what does it mean, or what does it tell you if you're ascending as a Scorpio? You're an intense person. That's what it means. There's more to it, but that's what it means. You're a very intense person. You have an intense energy or presence about you. Sometimes people see the darkness first because it's on you. Now, there's different stuff that's in you, but that darkness is on you with Scorpio rising. Now, let's talk about Mars. Mars is retrograde at 25 degrees of Cancer, and Mars will be retrograde until February 23rd. All right, so we still have over a month, and Mars is only going to move 8 more degrees over the whole next month. All right, Mars is really going to be slowing down, and this retrograde is going to actually get a little worse. Now, with Mars retrograde, this just puts even more energy. You know, some people, when they think about retrogrades, they think, oh, this reverses the energy. Now, that's not what it means. With this right here, when Mars is there, usually there's the sun, there's Earth, and there's Mars in between them, right? And sometimes when shit is flipped around, and because of the orbits, there's Earth, the sun, and Mars. Well, right here, it's sun and the sun and Mars. Mars is in direct energetic influence with the Earth, so there's even more energy coming here through this retrograde into this Cancer. So people are taking things even more personal. You understand? People are having even more emotional responses to things. And sometimes people will see it and do it in the moment, and then they realize they were tripping. It's like, damn, you responded emotionally, and you're like, man, I'm really tripping. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal, right? But you took it personally when you might not should have. In other instances, people know that they're a little bit more emotional right now, and they be like, man, I don't know why I'm so fucking sensitive, or I'm so aggravated, or I'm so antsy. And what ultimately happens is you start to have to compensate for those emotions. When you have to compensate for people's emotions in every situation, it makes situations more complicated than they have to be. You understand? Oh, you're going to get in your feelings. Oh, people going to take it personally. Oh, there's going to be a problem. And so all of that shit right there, now you have to tiptoe around shit. And then things get passive-aggressive until they get aggressive-aggressive, and it becomes a problem. And there it is, Mars retrograde in Cancer. You understand? Shit gets pushed down and gets pushed down because you're trying to move around it, manipulate around it, because all that emotion is still there no matter what you do. And so this is still cardinal here, and Mars is in detriment or fallen here for a reason. You understand? For me, this is opposite my Mars, so I'm not enjoying it. I'm gonna be honest with you. You understand? I'm not enjoying it. But it is what it is. It is what it is. It's just like, this is everything against how I naturally am. You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm a Cancer sun and I have all this shit, my Mars in Capricorn kind of helps me not trip out about shit. I don't get mad a lot. It takes a lot to piss me off, for real. I get agitated, I talk shit, but that's like a defense mechanism to keep you from pissing me off. If I'm talking shit to you, I'm not mad. Even if I'm on your ass and I'm feeling like that's just how my Mercury and Leo talks and types. You understand? It can be kind of condescending where people have to check me sometimes, like, bro, you didn't, like, you, because sometimes it's like, this is what it is, and it's like, that's just that Mercury and Leo. That's not me being mad. That's just me. That's just me being me. And sometimes I have to check me from being and approach things appropriately. That's why PlUtO is opposite my Mercury for me right now. And so it's just going through changes and being more diplomatic and learning how to address things appropriately and talk to people the right way. Yes, I'm intelligent, but I don't have to throw that in everybody's face. Yes, I have a certain amount of weight and influence. Yes, I have a certain voice and charisma, but I don't have to use that to try to be condescending towards people. So every now and then, I'm put in situations that are humbling, right? And so with this right here, you just look at Mars being in Cancer. It's like everything is like feeling based. People's responses are emotional. And so when you have all these emotional responses, that makes business hard to do and to conduct, right? And for me, I don't operate like that. Even though I'm a Cancer, Pisces moon, when it comes to most things, unless you know me personally and I let you affect me personally, I don't take it personally. Especially if it's like in a Facebook group or in other shit. I never take that shit personally like people think I do. Like, and I don't. Just because and that's why I'm in the positions I'm in, because I don't take it personally. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's business. It's not personal. We're going to keep the main thing the main thing. That's what it is, you know? So try to do that. It's just hard to do with Mars retrograde in Cancer. And Mars is sextile to Uranus, trine to Neptune, and the North Node. And so with Mars sextile to Uranus, it's hard to keep calm. You really don't know how people are going to react because people's emotions are in the way, and people are stubborn too. So if somebody happens to hit you in a place, or when I say hit you, I don't mean literally hit you. I mean say something or do something that hits you in a place that bothers you or feels like it challenges your safety, like your home or your family, or something that challenges your comfort zone, then you're going to see somebody give a really emotional response to that. And you're like, damn, where the fuck did that come from? See, that's that weirdness that comes with that right there. It's just like out of the blue, and sometimes you can't even explain it, but it's because you got in your feelings about it. Somebody hit you in a very stubborn place, or something that challenges your values, or something that challenges your family, or somebody that challenges your security, or somebody that fucks with your money, and then now you have an emotional response because it challenges your security and your safety and your money and your family and your values and all of this bullshit, right? And so look at peaceful aura. Look at this. Peaceful aura. Mars in Cancer, sextile to Uranus in Taurus, is what is going on for you. You just didn't let me get to it. I was going to get to this, but I wanted to, I had to be theatrical. We here for a whole lesson. We're going to be here for 3 hours, so I had to come and let you know a little bit later on. But that's what I would say is the culprit going on in your situation. And that is the perfect explanation. All right, but money and issues with family, that's all of a sudden. But also just looking at it right here, it's like you're having people who have reactions to things, emotional reactions to things because of financial stuff. And they normally wouldn't react to stuff like that, but their money's involved, or their safety's involved, or their values are challenged, right? Or their principles are at hand, or they're just being fucking stubborn. And them being stubborn means they're stuck in a comfort zone about something or a situation or an ideal. And so it's really hard for them to get out of that. And so it just makes things that much more complicated. All right. I know that. Who said anything about peace, power, fame, anything? This is Taurus and Cancer. Now, Mars trine to Neptune. Mars trine to the North Node. Look, you're so sensitive right now. You feel everything right now. And it's not just what's going on with you personally. It's the way that the world is. It's the way that the culture is. It's all of this shit. Everything is kind of affecting people. And it's real easy for it to affect you and make your energy feel confused or scattered or bogged down. Or it's real easy for you to also use this creatively to get inspired. All right, this is what you need. You feel it all. So as you feel it all, find some type of creative way or imaginative way that you can express this. And this is going to be a time where music is going to be very helpful to people in a multitude of ways. All right. There's going to be ways that with Mars trying to the North Node, that right here, man, you just got to trust your emotions. Like I said, and Mars is trying to Neptune. What did I tell y'all earlier? You might not can trust anything you see with AI and with the way that the world is and the way that reality actually isn't even reality for what we know. You know what I'm saying? Everything is projection based with this culture we've created. You can't believe anything you hear because there's so much misinformation out there, and so many people are just trying to sell a certain narrative, right? You have so many people that are just trying to sell a certain narrative. You have so many people that use spirituality or certain concepts to fit whatever their agenda is. You have so much going on with all of this that you really can't trust anything but how you feel. And so with this right here, Mars trying to Neptune, understand, if you allow yourself to get influenced, this shit can be just as confusing. But if you can also tune into this, this can be a beautiful thing. And it's just as easy to do both ways. And for some people, it's going to confuse them and fuck them up because they're not normally somebody who deals with emotions. But for people like myself who have a lot of water in their chart or who have these things, this is going to be something for me that's just as natural as anything else. You get what I'm saying? And so this is how I live my life, is by trusting my feelings. And so I go off of vibes. I operate off the vibes. You know what I'm saying? I can't trust anybody. And when you say you can trust somebody's character, somebody like myself that's been through a multitude of experiences can understand people have complex characters. right? Some of the most jovial characters I've ever experienced were dudes in fucking prison. Some of the best guys in the world that I've ever met that would help anybody were in fucking prison. Some of the worst motherfuckers that I've ever seen in life were motherfucking police officers and politicians. Some of the worst people I lived in my life were fucking my parents. Not my mom, but my dad and other people. And I still love my dad, but I'm just saying, like, some of the stuff that it is right there is something that I've directly experienced. So I know that. And so, I love my dad. He's an amazing person, but he's a piece of shit, right? Like a piece of shit. An abusive, narcissistic, leech ass, dolphin ass, sexually abusive ass motherfucker. But he's also very funny, has a lot of charisma. Everybody loves his personality. He can entertain people. He's a Gemini. He has all of that shit, right? For me, I allowed myself to somehow get on a high horse months ago and say things in judgment of what Donald Trump's character is, which was foolish of me. And that, for me, that doesn't mean I'm still a Trump supporter, but I've just made that shit was foolish of me because I can't judge anybody, and people are complex. Like, people are complex, and who am I to speak on what's appropriate for anything? And so I've had to take a step back and spiritually say that there is no high ground for me to ever stand on. All I have to do is keep working on myself and growing and evolving in my way, right? And so that's what I do, right? Indigo KBA said Pluto in Virgo. There is a Pluto in Virgo placement actually on my list. There actually is a Pluto in Virgo placement on my list. I will say that. But, yeah, y'all. The world, man, it's going to force you to look at things a different way right now. And with Mars in Cancer, it's real easy for you to try to take everything personally. With Mars trine Neptune, it's real easy for you to take things personally. If you take the world personally, you're going to always be in your feelings. You're going to drown in the depths of despair. You're going to be fucking confused. But if you don't take it personally and you let this, whatever's going on, be something that channels through you and flows through you and comes out creatively, it can be something that's amazing. You know, and that doesn't mean that you have to just be writing music. But sometimes you just need to turn on some music and fucking just dance by yourself and just feel it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just need to sit down and just write and just journal and just let that pen flow free. Sometimes you just need to go and say, hey, you know what, I'm gonna make this today. I'm gonna do this today. And you know, sometimes you just need to create a vibe. You don't have to create anything that's tangible or real. Sometimes you just need to create an emotional field that can help people. And so that's something that I'm always great at doing, is creating a vibe and putting this in place. That's why when I'm not online, like on the weekends, what I do and what I'm gonna start sharing even more on the channel, or y'all can just see it as you're scrolling on YouTube, is I create jams on Spotify. And so whatever vibe that we're in, as far as the moon or whatever, I'll put us in the vibe. I'll find some music that's fitting to that vibe, and I'll start an 8 or 9 hour jam session. Sometimes I just put on comedy for 8 or 9 hours and just let that play. And people can, whoever has the link or whoever has the QR code can just scan it. They'll tap in, and they're doing their own thing, but we're all tapped into this musical field together, and it gives somebody a safe space to just vibe and just chill and go into that, you know. And so sometimes you don't know that people just needed that. They just needed to go somewhere and just listen to some fucking music and just chill. You feel me? All right. AA, you know it's Friday. I'm going to answer this for you because I love you, but you know it's Friday. So, partner's natal sun conjunct Venus in Scorpio sitting in your natal 6th house. Sexy. It's sexy, but there also is going to be some issues. It's going to be a stress. It's going to be too intense sometimes, obsessive. It's going to be sometimes where it feels unhealthy. Now, you don't have to apologize. You're my family. But there's going to be times where that feels unhealthy. You know. And so it's going to be sometimes you're going to need boundaries. You need some type of appropriate boundary with y'all. But there's going to be sometimes where it's like, this is too much. This is too fucking much. And so if you get to those times, you need to be able to give yourself that separation. And with Scorpio, that's very hard to do because that creates mistrust. Even if you're not doing anything wrong, that separation between y'all, it just creates mistrust, because the only way that y'all truly trust each other is when y'all know everything that's going on with each other. And so it can be very sexy. It can be very powerful. The connection is definitely there. But there's going to be some times where that shit just feels like it's too much, where it's too intense, where it's not healthy, where it's frustrating and it's intrusive, and you just want a little time for you, but you don't want them to have a little time for them. So y'all got a lot going on. That's interesting. So yeah. Ooh. Shout out to Beats by PlAcEmEnTs Music. That's vibing. Peaceful aura, you still need to fight for what's yours. Now, that's vibing right there. Can y'all still hear me loud enough? Or am I too, is the music too high? Let's take this down one more. All right, let's keep it right there. Thank you. Now, let me turn this a little bit. Now, I don't know what made me feel so good right there. My bad, y'all. I have those moments, those fucking conceited moments. There was times where I never thought I was gonna start looking like me. And I mean, I'm still a little fatter than I'm usually, but I'm feeling myself. I feel good with it. Yeah, your chart says that, but you need to address it. You gotta fight for what's yours, or you're gonna get fucked out of it. And you gotta establish boundaries. So, I mean, that's up to you. You wanna give up? Then you give up. You ain't gonna win like that. You heard? You ain't gonna win like that. Now, oh, that's jamming right there. Anyway, Jupiter is at 11 degrees of Gemini, retrograde until February 5th. So the energy is out there and the information is out there, but there's also a whole bunch of misinformation out there, and there's too much energy out there. And so the energy's all over the place. There's no method to this madness. There's just a chaotic time going on right now. And it feels like us as people are kind of lost in translation. We're waiting for something to pick up, or something to be useful, or something to come through and change, or something to get better. And there's just so much energy invested in so many different areas right now that it's hard to see the blessing coming in any specific area abundantly. And so that's why Jupiter is in detriment in Gemini. Is just like chaotic, messy. You know, people are saying anything and everything. It's interesting. Yes, this is an interesting time to live in. But it's also fucking overstimulating. It's also frustrating. It's also messy as fuck. It's also fucking fake as fuck. It's also fucking trash as fuck. There's no fucking morals or principles. It is fucking gossipy and whack and fucking weak. And so, I mean, that's the world we live in. This is what we've created. And so right now, it's going to be like that for a bit. It'll get a little bit better moving forward, but it means first there's going to be a lot more aggression. Right now, there's just a whole bunch of energy, but this energy eventually, as it sits there, it gets irritating and it develops into aggression. Right? And so, we got a lot of shit going on. Saturn's Ghost said, what is Fortune and what is South Node? Like, I don't, all right, these are the last questions I'm going to answer because I have an agenda for today, and we answer questions on Wednesday, but it's like this. The part of Fortune is how you can make the most money in this life. I mean, to make it simply, I'm actually doing this, continuing my series on the part of Fortune. I just wrote a video on part of Fortune in the first house yesterday, and so we'll drop that next week. Just like I dropped the Taurus midheaven this week, I do part of Fortune in the first house next week. And then we'll do one a month probably. Just because I have 4 series I've just started and I'm going to cumulatively do them all. And so I'm in rotation now. Now that I'm in production on producing new content, I have a process that I go through. And so I'm going to drop one a week, as far as me also going and having live sessions and having to do readings and stay with my clients throughout the week. But I'll drop one a week, but I'm in a process as far as creative where I have this doing this and this and this, and then I have this doing this and this and this. And so it's going to take me time to get them back and to go around and get through them. So, yeah. I got a lot I got to do. But yeah, part of Fortune in the first house will be next week. But the part of Fortune is how you, plain and simple, it's an Arabic lot called the lot of Fortune, or Fortuna, or the part of Fortune. And it's basically pointing to how you can be most prosperous materially in this life, or how you can give yourself the most chance at prosperity. You know what I'm saying? And so there's that. Then you have the lot of spirit, or the part of spirit, which is how you can give yourself the most spiritual peace, which is going to be a different calculation. But the Arabic lots, the nodes, the Arabic lot, the nodes, the Black Moon Lilith, those are not actual astrological bodies. Those are calculations. So those are sensitive points that you find in calculations with the algorithm that you have going on once you have the coordinates of your placements. And so what you do is ultimately use those to come up with sensitive points. And like the nodes, you know, those are points as far as in the moon's elliptical, right? The Black Moon Lilith is the dark apogee of the moon. So that has to do with the moon's rotation. They both have to do with the moon's orbit. You know what I'm saying? Places in the moon's rotation, in the moon's orbit. As far as the part of Fortune and the Arabic lots, those are sensitive points that you would find in the chart through calculations. You also have the vertex, which is something that you would find through calculation. It's a point that you're finding in your chart, a sensitive point, or what I would call the dark matter of a chart. And so there's a lot that goes into it. You know, being an astrologer is not just looking at planets. You understand? There's more that goes on just as far as planets. You're also using things to come up with energetic significances. So astrology ultimately is the algorithm of an energetic significance. It's you taking coordinates and you getting an understanding of the energy that's created with them. And so you can use this as, and when you find a Western interpretation or a sidereal interpretation, or if you use a Vedic interpretation using the nakshatras, it gets even more specific. All right, which is just taking the lunar mansions of the moon and taking everything as far as the zodiac, and you're breaking it down into 27 or 28 nakshatras depending on what system you're using, and then also taking each one of those nakshatras and dividing them into 4 padas, and it gives you an incredibly specific understanding of that area of energy. Now, as far as the south node is the most indicative thing of past life stuff. It's the most indicative thing of karma that you have, but ultimately it's also the energy that's fundamental to you. That's kind of how the stuff that you naturally are and the way that you naturally are. And so the north node is what you're trying to grow into. You're trying to learn how to grow into that energy. And so you can't get away from your south node because it's on an axis with your north node. They're both there. And so your south node is just it's your natural mode of operation, and it's what you go to, you know, naturally. It's your natural behavior, or it's your instinctual behavior, right? And so that's what it is. The north node is what you're trying to learn how to do, and it's the type of energy that you're growing into over time. And so with that, this is the evolution of things right there. And so that sits on an axis, just like when you look at the axis of the midheaven in the IC, or the midheaven in the nadir. The midheaven is what you're growing into. The nadir is where you come from. The nadir is your roots and your heritage, and it's the stuff that's in you. The midheaven is the energy on the other end of that axis that you're kind of growing into as time evolves, and this is what you aspire to get to be in a way. All right. And so if you get to those heights, which some people never do, some people never get to their midheaven, you know, and I'm doing these midheaven series. That's something that I should have incorporated yesterday. You know, yesterday in my video, I wanted to keep it brief, but what I should have said about Taurus midheaven is sometimes Taurus midheaven can make people set their sights so low that they don't ever achieve their full potential because they'd rather stay within a comfort zone. This is what they're comfortable with. And so that's something that I forgot to say in my video. And so I kept it really positive, but that's something I definitely should have incorporated. But yeah. I'm not answering questions. Y'all draw me. I'm not here to answer questions. I know I gave y'all some information on that, but I have to get through the transits. I have to get to the top 5. All right. You said your south node is in Cancer. Does that mean you have to be a loving and compassionate person? It means you are a loving and compassionate person. That's what it means. Doesn't mean that's what you have to be. That means what you are naturally. You got to stop being dependent on people and get it on your own, though, with Capricorn on the other end of that. You can't have any type of emotional dependence on anybody or anything. You got to just get it on your own and tough it out. You got to get tougher with Capricorn on your north node. Your south node and being in Cancer means you are loving, you are sensitive, but you also be crying and whining about shit. So don't cry and whine about shit. Fucking get tough and grit that fucking shit out. Get ambitious and fucking get hard. You understand? You got to stop having emotional responses to stuff, and you need to get rational about your life, and you need to really just get on a track that's going to lead you to the greatness that you're meant for. And so you got to get out of all that motherfucking wallowing in emotions and having all this sensitivity about the situation, and you got to fucking get tough. That's what the universe wants you to do with Capricorn on your north node. With Cancer on the south node, you do care. You are soft. You do love. You are full. You know, you are a caring person. You do have compassion. So you're just getting tougher. And so you were given all this hardship in life so you can get tough. You're blind. I understand that. But hey, you're also tough. You're going to tough it out because you were made for this. All right? You signed up for this. So just be all right. All right? So that's kind of how it goes. She's right. If their north node is in Taurus in the 5th house, on the other end of that is Scorpio. Like when they have really deep emotional responses when stuff pisses them off, but they're supposed to enjoy themselves and be fun, and their life is meant to be full of fun and enjoyment. Like, oh, I wish my north node was in Taurus in the 5th house. But for them, they naturally get intense and they actually have toxic behaviors. And so whatever she has going on, that's there. But on the other end of that, they're just supposed to be chill and be enjoying their life and having the good life. This is meant for the good life. But the problem is they make things more complicated sometimes because they make everything deeper than it has to be. So y'all stop trying to trick me into answering questions. If you don't hit the Cash App or hit the super sticker, the super thanks to the super chat, I'll be happy to answer whatever. But I do have a Friday agenda. All right, people. So, what if your North Node is in Cancer in the 10th house? My client, one of my favorite clients, has their North Node in Cancer in the 10th house. There's a lot of ways you can look at that. Maybe in a family business of some way. Maybe you're meant to care for people in some way, work in the medical field or the the care field in some way. Maybe you're meant to be public and care for the public in a way. You're supposed to show the world how much you care. Maybe you need to find some type of way that you can use your sensitivity to succeed. There's lots of ways you can look at that. I would have to know more about your chart for me to really give you a look at your North Node, because your North Node is taking everything that you have in your chart and how do you use that to get better, right? It's not just what the energy of the North Node is, the energy that you're growing into. But in the process of this, you have this journey that you're on. And so what are all the tools you've been given on this journey? And so me looking at your complete chart would be like, okay, well, these are the tools that Dajana been given on this journey towards this North Node that I can look at and say, okay, well, this makes sense for you right here. Because you can just be specific, non-specific like I was. So you can be this meant to work in a care. This is the North Node though. So this is, even though it's the 10th house, it's not speaking specifically of a career. This is speaking of the influence that you have, the compassion that you show for the world, and the influence you have by the care that you've shown, and by and you being an example. And so this is how you don't let your sensitivities be a hindrance. You allow this to be something that drives you to succeed, because your empathy and your understanding and your love and all of this stuff that you have inside of you and your emotions, this is what has made you successful. It's not what brought you down, it's what made you successful. See, I'm a Cancer North Node, not Cancer North Node, Cancer Midheaven. I have Leo in my 10th house with Venus and Mercury, but I am a Cancer Midheaven. So for me, showing the world how much I care has been big for me. Like me being somebody who's sensitive is something I've grown into, because I come from a background where that shit wasn't cool. When I was a young kid, I was very tough and I was all that, but I was almost a bully. But it's because I was taught that this is how niggas is supposed to act. Like, nigga, you from this hood. This is the hood you from. This is where you come from. It's in you. It's not on you. So nigga, you ain't with all that soft shit. You ain't with that friendly shit. When the truth of the matter is, that's not how my natural nature is. I am a Cancer sun. I'm a fucking Pisces moon. I'm a Libra rising. I'm a caring person. You know what I'm saying? And so that's, even though I have that in me, I have Capricorn in my 4th house and Mars is in Capricorn in my 4th house. I have that in me. That toughness is there. That is always going to be a part of me, because that's where I come from. I'm not meant to be that. And so as I've grown and matured, I've softened up. My life has been the opposite of a lot of people's. As I've gotten older, I've gotten more soft and more open, and that's gave me access to more gifts and more people. And women love me, and they protect me, and they make sure, because I'm somebody that shows compassion and respect to them, and somebody who, in my own way, has shown like, hey, I'm not gonna disrespect that right there. And so the love I have for motherhood, because of my mother, ironic as it is with this Cancer energy, that's what drives me. And so I will never not disrespect you as a woman, because I'm not gonna disrespect my mama. I'm not gonna cheat on my wife and do the shit that I used to do, because I wouldn't want anybody to do that to my daughters, and I hated when people did it to my mama. So why the fuck would I conduct those type of behaviors? But I had to get out of that fucking shit that my daddy had on me. You know what I'm saying? And the lifestyle that I grew up living, and the gangbanging and all of that shit, and the prison and all that shit, to learn in these lessons. And it's bad that I had to go through hardship, but that's Capricorn in the 4th house. I had to learn how to discipline myself. And so learning how to discipline myself with Mars in Capricorn, but my Mars is retrograde, so it took time for me. And so I'm just now learning how to discipline myself. I'm just now succeeding. I have a Mars in Capricorn, and so I've always been somebody that's about something, but I've been about the wrong things until now. And so now I'm somebody who has really been able to succeed in this field where a lot of astrologers don't. You know what I'm saying? I have, my following isn't 500,000 on here, but I have almost 10,000 loyal people that fucking love me and ride with this movement, and that are a part of this for real, and that are invested in this, right? And have been for years, since day one. I have people that if I don't come online for 3 days straight, like Heather Nielsen is gonna come looking for me. I have people that come check on me like, hey bro, you ain't been online in 2 days. Are you okay? I'm trying to make sure you're still free and you're still alive and everything is good. You know what I'm saying? Like people come look for me. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm very blessed in that way, but it's because of the care and concern that I've showed. And so with your North Node, I'm in Cancer in the 10th house, just understand that, you know, what you're meant to do is allow your emotions to be something that is influential and powerful and ambitious, instead of allowing it to be something that makes you weak. And so your emotions are your strength, whereas some people, they look at their emotional nature as something that's in the way. You know, growing up where I come from, the last thing you wanted to do was be friendly. Like, nigga, don't be friendly. But at the end of the day, I am a nice guy. Like, I'm a Libra rising. I'm a polite and friendly person. My moon is in the 5th house. I love people. I want people to love me. I want people to like me. So that shit is something, for me, I had to get out of all that fucking Capricorn 4th house shit that I grew up in. And so for you, it's the same thing. What's fundamental to you with Capricorn on your South Node in the 4th house is you being tough, and you being a certain way, and you being, and so what you got to do is get away from that shit, right? So I hope that answers yours. Now, stop making me go into them diatribes. Stop making me go into those soliloquies. Because you know I just be snapping with the knowledge. But, yeah. Sorry. Now, Saturn, 15 degrees of Pisces. I usually would go into a whole 30-minute thing about Saturn. Look, with Saturn in Pisces right now, for a lot of people, it feels like life is just happening all of a sudden to them. There's problems that are accumulating. They have family shit going on. They have sicknesses. People are dying from cancer, and people are getting their heart broke. Their relationships are breaking down. But look, man, that shit is just a natural part of life. That's a part of love. It's a part of the human process. And so you got to forgive that. You can't let yourself lose hope. You got to forgive that. This is Saturn in Pisces. You got to forgive yourself. You got to forgive that. I promise you. All right. This is the first process in getting through it. Is with this being Pisces, a lot of us are so caught up in everything externally, we forget this is fucking Pisces. It's not about what's going on in the world. It's about how you deal with shit. So you need to deal with shit, because stuff is always going to be going on in the world. Anything could happen at any point in time. Right? You're sitting there and your whole world could fall apart. All of a sudden you could decide, hey, you know what, I'm going to buy me a lottery ticket. You scratch that bitch, you win it, and your whole world has changed. But vice versa. You could also fucking be sitting there, and little do you know it, your fucking cells are mutating and fucking turning into cancer in your fucking body, and you don't even fucking know it. You understand? You're living, having your regular old day. So this is shit that just happens now because of the way that the world is. You know what I'm saying? You could just get out of bed and go to and go to work, and next thing you know, you decide you want to come home, and you come home and your partner's getting smashed. Or you see him dipping out with somebody. You see somebody picking up your motherfucking nigga, or you see your girl, or you happen to one day just something just tells you, hey, look at this, and you look at this, and you catch your girl. Or maybe one day you're single and you're walking, and you get in the elevator and somebody gives you a smile, and that smile just happens to change your day, and so you happen to develop some type of communication with this person, and this communication keeps going, and this builds up into something that's beautiful. Maybe you're online and somebody likes your picture, and you know, it's like, who is that? So you go pay attention to them. They know that y'all start playing that like picture, y'all heart picture game, and the next thing y'all know, y'all motherfuckers is dating, and y'all trying to make up ways to see each other, and the next thing you know, you're pregnant. Like, this is how life fucking goes. It's just a part of the process, all of it. You understand? Next thing you know, you're in some shit. You're on drugs, and next thing you know, you're broke. Or next thing you know, you're locked up. This is what happens when you're on drugs. It's not your karma coming to get you. It's what happens when you're on fucking drugs. It's a part of the fucking process. If you're going out, you're buying pills. One of these times, you might get some fucking fentanyl, so you might fucking die. That's right, Joseph Carruthers. Life be life, and so you got to deal with that shit appropriately. This is Saturn in Pisces. You understand? Life is gone life. It always has. This is not the worst shit that's ever happened, even though it feels like it. It's not. You're not a victim of circumstance. Life ain't just happening to you. Life is happening. There has been dictators that ruled the world that if you are not a part of whatever they're a part of, they will come in and kill you, rape your women, bash your babies against the ground, and ride out on a motherfucking horse. Set your fucking house on fire. There's rulers that will take you in there and say, hey, guess what? Suck my fucking dick. And if you don't suck my dick, your ass, I'm about to cut your head off. As a matter of fact, you suck it, I'll cut your fucking head off while you're doing it. Like, that shit is sick. But that's been like real fucking people in history that have been noted. That's what I'm telling you. Even though it's sick, like, this shit is not as bad as you think sometimes. It's bad because this is the nature of humanity. But it's not as bad as you think. You understand? Cancer has always been around, unfortunately. It's even more. And the more that there's electronics, the more that we use things that use waves that we cannot see, things that use Bluetooth, things that use radioactive waves in any way, those are going to be things that end up being carcinogens. The more you have synthetic things and you're using chemicals to preserve or enhance things, guess what that does? You don't know what that could do to certain cells over time. And so the effect that those have on mRNA are unknown. As far as vaccinations, and medicine has evolved over the last 100 years. All right. So nobody can tell you what any vaccination, and it's not about, oh, you got the shot because I got the shot. It's not about that. But any vaccination, there's no way to really know what it does over time because it's all trial and error. They can do a 3 or 4 year trial. They can do a 5 or 10 year trial. But to know what this does to cells over 30 years is something that's impossible. The lotions that you use, the shampoo that you use, all of it's just a part of the fucking world now. You understand? You can't get away from it. The economy is going to change. When there's different political systems and when there's the threat of craziness in the world, the economy is going to be unstable. And unfortunately, because we have technology and because everything is based on trends these days, we live in an incredibly unstable economy. That's the way that the world is. There's been inflation since the advent of currency. Since they started charging for shit, they have gradually charged more. You understand? So as much as you're bitching about it, this is what it is. If people thought about the price of housing in 1999 would be what it is now, people would fucking be flabbergasted. In 2007, I had a 2-bedroom apartment for $375 a month. Do you understand me? Now, if you get a 2-bedroom apartment for under $2,000 or $1,500, you a bad motherfucker. I promise you, in the hood. Unless you're on some type of assistance or you're in some type of complex that goes off income, you are not going to get housing that cheap. See, a lot of people just can't face the reality. They fool themselves. Sometimes you get sick, sometimes you die. That's just what happens with life. Sometimes motherfuckers break your heart. That's what happens with love. Sometimes if you fall out with family, that's what happens. So you harboring resentment is something that you're holding yourself back with. You being stressed out about shit is what you're holding yourself back with. You being scared is what you're holding yourself back with. I learned that the hard way this last few years. Fear is destructive. Stress will kill you. And Saturn in Pisces is fear and anxiety and stress, but it's inside of you. The external circumstances are going to be the external circumstances. Life is going to life. So you have to learn how to deal with stress and life appropriately. And a lot of the times right now, those outlets are even more ominous as far as drugs and alcohol. People die, people drowning in motherfucking jacuzzis. How many times has this happened over the last couple of years? You have Teddy Ray, the comedian. You have Matthew Perry. Since Saturn's been in Pisces, fucking got high, drowned in his fucking jacuzzi. Ketamine. Give me the shot, doc. Soon as Saturn hit Pisces, my fucking sister, 2 years ago, the other day, died. Thought she was taking a perk on her way to work, popped the fentanyl, and that was all. I'm rhyming about it, but this is my fucking baby sister. Somebody I watch grow up every day of her motherfucking life. You understand me? I had to see her in a fucking casket because of a fucking pill. My fucking family, Kayla, her daughter, Key, 19 years old, chilling with her friends, popped her a little pill. That's what I did. I did plenty of that. It's not good to do, but I did plenty of that when I was young. Died. Like, I did spiritual work with her, and like, she turned out to be a master number 33. She's born on a full moon. She has so much powerful, and her daughter passing on was actually a catalyst with her spirituality. It's been an amazing journey to watch her change and flourish, and I was a big part of that. As soon as I saw her daughter die, and me and her have been friends for years, but we didn't communicate for 15 or 20 years. And as soon as I saw her daughter die, something inside of my spirit said, hey, she's gonna contact you. And I don't know why she would contact me out of anybody in the world, but sure enough, she messaged me like, hey, and I don't know why she messaged me. And so we just developed this relationship with spirituality and with each other and with this bond. And I helped her get through her daughter, her daughter passing for those first couple of weeks. And so from there, finding out she's a master number 33, finding out she was born on a full moon. She's a Cancer sun, Capricorn moon, born on a Friday the 13th full moon. Shit. In 1984. So she just fucking had a lot right there. You understand? And so she has a specific spiritual journey that this ignited in her, and ultimately it was her losing her daughter that was the catalyst. Her daughter that I've been knowing since she was 4 years old, because she hung out with my daughter when she was 4 years old. And so this whole process has been crazy, but it's ignited spirituality in certain ways. It's like sometimes all you have is the faith, because sometimes shit seems so bad that you just gotta hope that it gets better, right? And it can get better, but you have to allow it to get better. All right? Sometimes you gotta go through it to get through it. This is Saturn in Pisces. Life is just processes. Karma is just a process. Karma is not consequential like you think it is. Karma is not, you do this is going to come back even harder. It's you do this, there's an equal and opposite reaction to that. There's always a process to that. Energy doesn't die. So if you do one thing, that energy doesn't just flow in that direction. That energy eventually comes back to this direction. It fluctuates, it vibrates. You understand? And so that's how things go. And so when things go around, you say, oh, it goes around. It doesn't come around 10 times harder. It's not like, oh, it goes around and it comes around 10 times harder on your ass. I know that's how we want it to be as humans, because that's how we make fatalistic approaches to things, because that's how Christianity has conditioned us over time. It's because, oh, you do this, you're going to hell. That's how you scare people into doing what you want them to do. And this is how you condition a culture and society in a certain way. If you do this, you're going to hell. If you do this, you're going to burn in the lake of fire. The crows are going to come peck out your eyeballs while you're sitting with the demons. And you have all of this crazy shit, right? And so it's something where it's very fatalistic when you approach things, right? And so karma is just the process of life. That's the Eastern philosophy on karma. People westernize things and make it fatalistic, but karma comes from Hindu practices. Karma comes from the East. In the East, they don't look at karma as something that is consequential. Karma is what happens. You do this, this is what happens. You understand? And sometimes the karma that you're creating in this life is not coming back on you in this life. And the karma that you have coming to you in this life is not from this life, if you believe the Eastern philosophy. The shit that is happening to you that's not as desirable or that's not as comfortable in this life is karma that you came from the previous lifetime. Right? And then the other end of that. But that's the way that is. And so if you are to ascribe to that philosophy, then ultimately that's what you see. I'm not talking about karmic debt. I'm talking about karma. But if you don't have karmic debt, you don't have karmic debt. Most people don't have karmic debt. I have karmic debt, but most people don't have karmic debts. Just so we know. And karmic debt comes in different forms. One day when I get into karmic debt, I'm going to really put y'all up on game. Because people just look at their life path and they look at their birth date. You know, there's so many ways your name can have karma to it. But yeah, karma is what happens. That's why so much stuff people go through it it's like, this is just a part of life. Like, you look at when somebody asked about Sean Combs earlier, you look shit with Diddy. This is not Diddy's karma that's coming to catch up with. No, he just did fucked up shit and he got caught. That's what happens when you do fucked up shit. You liable to get caught. You do it long enough for 30, 40 years like Diddy has, your ass don't get it out. You start videotaping everything and playing with people politically. You're using videotapes of people of what they got going on personally to do stuff to them and to threaten them. Then that shit's going to eventually, because somebody's not going to be scared of your ass. Anytime you try to use any type of intimidation tactic, it's going to backfire. If you're an abusive man in a relationship with a woman, eventually she's going to meet somebody that ain't scared of your ass. And even though she might she might not, that's an outlet for her. Or eventually she's going to be, for her wanting to get away supersedes that fear that she has of you. And guess what? She's going to get away from your ass. And when she gets away from your ass, it's over with for you. You understand that? So all it takes sometimes is that courage to come into play. And so in any time you use intimidation and you use that type of stuff, that eventually backfires. And that's just a process. That's what happens. You understand? If you're a big bad bully or somebody, sometimes eventually you run into a badass. I promise you. Or you run into somebody that ain't scared of you. In school, sometimes it's not a badass. Sometimes the big bad bully just runs into somebody they're going to play. I remember the biggest bully of my school was my best friend, Willie Pruitt. He's in prison for murder right now. But he's my best friend, Willie Pruitt, right? He's a Leo. But he's a bully, right? Always putting his hands on people. He's always been bigger than everybody. He's always been more physical than everybody. And that's how he's used things. That's how his daddy raised him, is to be a physical big motherfucker. And he's taller than everybody. He's bigger than everybody. In football, he was the hardest hitter. Like, he has that edge to him, right? And that's how he comes, right? But not everybody's fazed by that shit. And so I remember from a very early age, something inside of me was like, you can't never let him think you're scared of him, because he'll always be in control of you. And so for you to ever, and this is something I just knew in me from a very early age. So I'm talking about from first grade. One day he zipped up his jacket and he was just playing like he was a headless man. And he'd been a bully since preschool. And I just pushed his head into the wall. Just bam, bust. And I'm his best friend. I know that's wrong. But I just bam, as soon as he pulled that jacket up, I bam, pushed his head into the wall. And he turned around and zipped his jacket up, and he didn't even know it was me until we were grown. But at that time, he knew that there's somebody, it just put a little bit of something inside of him, like, motherfucker, there's somebody around here that's not gonna play with me. He was bleeding from his head. This was in first grade. And then after that, I remember in 5th grade, he was, everybody was, oh, Willie Pruitt, oh, Willie Pruitt. Well, there was just little white dude, and Willie's a big black nigga. And there was this little white dude named James McGirt. And James didn't bother nobody. He was cool than a motherfucker. And Willie started ragging on him and fucking with him. And James whooped Willie like he stole something. Right? And it happened and people forgot about it. And then we got to 8th grade. Right? Then we got to 8th grade and Willie was the badass. We would go box at his house and everybody throw hands and box. Willie started talking shit to Liddell. Liddell is a real player. He's another little dude. He's smaller than most. He's not real small, but he's like small and he's cool. And Liddell is just real laid. He's another Leo though. He's real laid back, but it's Leo versus Leo. Liddell and so they started talking shit to each other. They go outside and Liddell whooped Willie like and people act like they never seen it before, but it just happened a few years before this. Liddell whooped Willie like he wasn't nothing. I mean, put hands on him, put hands and feet on him until we pulled him off of him. And it's just like that. Sometimes when you're a bully, you're going to run into somebody. You're a Leo like that, you're going to run into another Leo. You're an Aries, you'll run into another Aries. You're a Cancer, you're going to run into somebody who's emotional and has fucking incredible Hulk emotions like you too. You want to Hulk out because you in your feelings? Guess what? I will too, bitch. We'll both be crying and kill each other in this motherfucker. So that's the way that things go with that right there. And so that's just the process of things, right? Karma is a process. Right? You put that out there, you keep putting that out there, eventually that shit's gonna come back on you. It's not consequential. It's not gonna come back harder. It's not, it's coming to get you like Michael Myers, your karma's walking you down. Nah, bitch, that's just the process of things. That's what you do. You keep committing crime, you keep being on drugs, your ass gonna eventually go to jail or you gonna fucking die. You understand? Like, that's just how it goes. That's the process of it. These days, you play with your fucking life, you taking pills, you snorting powder, your ass liable to get you a fentanyl pack, and it's going to be your last motherfucking pack. It's happened to Mac Miller. It's happened to lots of people. Rich Homie Quan. It's happened. This is what happens nowadays. So those crutches are not there. You just got to deal with things, right? You got to learn how to face things realistically also, but that doesn't mean losing hope. It means finding faith. You're not the only one going through it. Have some compassion for yourself. See, when I say you're not the only one going through it, that doesn't mean I want you to feel sorry for other people. It's being understanding and compassionate with people, but it means I want you to understand to give yourself a break. Give yourself a break. Everybody's going through it right now in life. Life has been crazy the last couple of years. And so you have to forgive yourself for everything that you've been scared of, everything. And sometimes say, hey, man, this is part of emotions. It's human reaction to things. It's okay to be scared, but you can't let it control you. It's okay to be upset about something, but it's not okay to hold resentment about it because you're holding yourself down. And so I hope that's helpful in the way that we approach that. But yeah. I said I wasn't going to talk for 45 minutes about Saturn, and I did. That's what happens. I got to be channeling or something. I mean, I don't want to call it that because I don't even know if that's what it is. So that's something that what I need to come to, right? But also, man, I guess I needed to say that. I said I wasn't going to do it, and then it just happened. What's up, Cherie? How you doing, baby? You just disappeared. I said, this nigga done disappeared. That Scorpio done got you. That motherfucker. that bitch got you. For real, I thought she got you. But yeah, man, I just wanted to give y'all that. We've been here for 146 minutes. I gotta stand up real fast, y'all. So y'all excuse me. I gotta stand up real quick. I really need to go to the restroom, but I gotta stand up first real quick. Oh, I'm actually good. I'm actually good. Now, I'll come back in a minute. I'll go in just a second. Nah, that Scorpio, she trying to say she went into hermit mode. Nah, it was the holidays that Scorpio pulled back up on her and said, you think this is a motherfucking game? I think that girl was a Scorpio. Whatever she was, she had Scorpio energy. And so she pulled back up on you, spun the block on your ass, and let you know. You thought this was over? We don't break up, bitch. We die. That's what the Scorpios do. They pull up and say, we don't break up, motherfucker, we die. Cancers just hold on until you fucking get sick of them and you fucking destroy their emotions. Like eventually a Cancer, they'll hold on and you might have to get a restraining order, but eventually a Cancer might leave. But a Scorpio gonna keep stalking. They gonna keep coming. They're like, bitch, we don't break up, we die. You understand? The Cancers, like what they gonna hold on. They ain't gonna break up either. The Cancers ain't gonna break up. They be grasping on. The Pisces, they don't want to be in a relationship with you, and you don't want to be in a relationship with them. Y'all delusional. For all they know, y'all still together, or y'all ain't. They don't fucking know. You don't fucking know. You understand? It's completely different. But the Cancers is trying to cling on to this shit, trying to remind you of the good times and shit. Like, bitch, I hate you. You know what I'm saying? Like, they really hate you too, but they still trying to hold on. And so they trying to remind themselves and you of the good times, using memory to keep y'all good. They going off of one good memory y'all had. You remember that time we went to the lake and we had a good time with the kids? That's what the Cancers do. You remember the time we went to the lake and we had a good time with the kids? We were a family. And so or a Cancer dude, them kids love me. Them kids love me. we just gonna like we just gonna give up on the kids. Nah, bitch, if you don't get your cheating ass out of here, you crying and shit and begging to I'm just gonna kill myself. Man, get out of here. And I don't do that. I'm too player for that. I might have done it before, but maybe once or twice, but I didn't use it. But that's what them Cancers do. Them kids love me. But the Scorpios, you tell them what y'all broke up, they don't even believe that shit. They didn't hear that shit. Pisces either. They didn't hear that shit either. But Pisces don't care. They care. They love you, but they really don't care. They're delusional about it anyway. Whatever it is, they made it up in their head anyway. They don't really know. But the Cancers and the Scorpios, though, the Scorpio, was you tell them you broke up. If they don't react right then, they didn't even hear that shit. They didn't even think about. They ain't thinking about that shit. Like, bitch, you ain't breaking up with me. Like, they just think you're just being stupid in the moment. That's what Scorpios think. You're just being stupid in the moment. Like, you'll get over it, bitch. I'll be back over here in a little bit because I'm about to fuck the shit out of you. You know what I'm saying? That's the way they feel. I'm about to fuck the shit out of you. That'll change your mind. And I'm about, wait. Do you want to do anal this time? That's the type of shit Scorpios do. They try to do some more freaky shit. Do you want to do anal this time? Like, man, the kids and Scorpios try to do some more freaky shit. If you want, I'll just give you head for an hour and I won't even ask for nothing in return. Bitch, shut up and get out of here. No, I know you went through my shit. I know you've been stealing my money. Like, that's what you gotta do to Scorpio, because that's what they've been doing. They've been cheating. They've been plotting to cheat on you, even though they love you and they don't want to. Like, they've been plotting to cheat on you just in case you cheat on them. That's what Scorpio's been doing. They got Scorpio placements, I promise. They ready to cheat on you at any time just in case you cheat on them. Even though they love you. They're going to say, no, I don't. Yes, they do. Just in case you finna cheat on them, they finna cheat on you. And, and then they also at the same time is trying to make sure that you under constant investigation and you're constantly uncomfortable so you can't think about cheating on them. Like, they trying to let you know that they on top of everything and they know your ass might cheat, so you better not fucking cheat. So, and then y'all be broke up and they're talking about, so y'all fucking? That's all Scorpios want to do. They just showed up at your house. So are y'all fucking? They don't give a fuck about nothing else. They don't care if they've been over there. The Cancer's going to be like this. Have they been around the kids? Did you bring them around the kids? Like, shut up. That's what they be. Did you bring them around the kids? Don't be bringing no nigga around my son. Like, shut up. This ain't even your son. This is just, like, we're not in a relationship no more, so you have no connection to this child, nigga. You understand? That's you bring him around my son? Like, motherfucker, we was together for 7 months. You, like, this is not your motherfucking son. Like, and then, and then the Scorpio, did you fuck him? Was it bigger than mine? Or the female, oh, y'all fucking already, huh? That's what she got to, like, oh, y'all fucking and you eating pussy. Well, I need to go get myself checked. That's what the Scorpio said. I guess I need to go get myself checked. I knew y'all were fucking disgusting. If I have something, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And they're just trying to make you say, I haven't fucked them, okay? That's what they want you to say. I haven't fucked them. But that's what they're trying to make you feel nasty. They're trying to manipulate you into feeling nasty. So you go reveal what you did with them. You know what I'm saying? Oh, y'all fucking, huh? All right. Okay, bet. Y'all already fucking. All right. Well, I know. You already know how I get down. That's how they're going to tell you. You already know how I get down. It's almost like Leo. Scorpio has a little bit of that. And that's why they're self-centered a little bit and egotistical a little bit. A lot of people will tell you that about that Scorpio shit. You already know how I get down. They let you know I'm about to freak the fuck out of somebody, bitch. Like, guess what? Somebody finna get this and that. I'm finna give them the bee's knees. That's what they finna do. But yeah, I know them water signs very well. I have a grand water trine, so I know that shit very well. Just like as a Pisces moon, I'll do some emotional shit, but like before I get too deep into it, I'll just detach myself from that shit. I'll just fucking like totally detach myself from that shit. Fuck that shit. What's my big three? I'm a Cancer sun, Pisces moon, Libra rising, with Pluto in the first house in Scorpio. So I have a grand water trine involving my first house, but I am a Libra rising. Thank God. I hate it, but I love it also. Because where else would I get this style? You understand? Like, in these symmetrical features. But yeah, that's what Scorpio, that's how that should be going. But yeah, I went into a whole diatribe. Uranus is in Taurus, 23 degrees of Taurus. I hope y'all enjoy that. That's about to station direct here in about 2 weeks. Uranus is going to station direct on January 30th, right? And so, with Uranus coming in on January 30th, I think right now we're just in this mode where you need to be using this, whatever this is, the calm before the storm, before shit gets crazy again, especially economically with the way that the world is. Because I promise you, today, as Trump comes into office, he's going to start implementing executive orders that are going to stir things up as far as the economy, and it's going to make people think things are going to be a certain way, or it's going to make things, and so things are going to get crazy here at first. So it's going to be good for some people, but for the people that are stubborn, it's going to be fucked up. So you're going to have to be adaptable to this situation. But right now, you just need to take inventory of what you have to work with, who you are, what you're willing to do, where you stand, and because ultimately, this right here is about to have a tremendous energetic shift, right? They're not going to ban TikTok. This is what they do. Well, actually, they might, because TikTok has said they're going to turn it off, that they plan on shutting off on the 19th. But Trump and Biden have both said that they are trying to find ways to keep this in order. So until Trump comes into office today or whatever it is, I don't forgot when it is, in a few days or today, whenever it is, whenever he takes oath, is it the 21st? I don't know what day it is. But whenever Trump takes oath, he's going to do whatever he can to bring it back if it's gone, or to keep it. And right now, supposedly, which we know the Biden administration ain't really going to do shit. But it looked like a fucking robot up there. Like, and I don't even like Trump, but goddamn Biden, like, bro, if you don't get your old ass off camera, like, you should just go sit down somewhere. Stop coming on camera, nigga. Biden, stop coming on camera. Like, for real. Like, bro, you making them, you're every time you come on, what's up, God, it's Jay Reed. Biden, every time you come on camera, you weaken the whole fucking Democratic Party. like, and you prove fucking buffoons right. Like, you give them fucking, do not come on camera no more. Sit your ass down until January 20th. And after January 20th, don't speak at nothing. Don't do nothing. Go sit your old ass down. Or take that mask off and show everybody you a goddamn android. Cyborg or something. Because the way your movements be going, that shit's real robotic. That nigga be real motherfucking robotic. And I don't even believe in conspiracy theories. But Biden, sit your funky ass down. You making us look bad. Like, for real. You should have never took your ass up there trying to debate in the first place. We wouldn't be in this bullshit. Shit. Now, yes, things are going to get a little bit more unstable here coming up. But if things are going to get unstable, which we already should be used to this by now, this shit has been unstable for years. So what you need to find is a secure place to operate from. And that's not an actual physical setting. It's a mindset. Find some type of adaptable place in your mind where you know that the world is a changing place. You know that the economy is wild right now. You know that there are several conflicts going on worldwide. You know that Trump is going to make people uneasy because he's going to threaten people with tariffs. That's not going to help at first. It might end up helping in some run. And I'm not going to discount anything because I don't know what's going to happen. You understand? But what I am going to tell you is ultimately at this time right here, there is going to be a shakeup. Just because of the energetic shift. All right? And then when we have Uranus get to Gemini later on this summer, there's going to be a lot of propaganda that we have to contend with. So much crazy stuff being said. Shit that creates wars. And so we have this to contend with. You understand? But this is what we chose. This is the process that's playing out energetically. This is what we have to deal with. We got to face it. So you have to find some type of place where you can operate securely. All right? The world is not a stable place. The economy is not going to be stable. I promise you. There might be things that get better, but that doesn't mean it's going to be stable. And it has nothing to do with the president. It has to do with the nature of society now. You can look at even the sextile between Uranus and Neptune, and you can see because of the culture that we've created and the culture being so projective and everything being based off trends, there's no way for things to be stable. Something can be hot one minute, and then the next minute that shit can get canceled. We created a cancel culture. Bet, Joseph. Have a good day. We've created a cancel culture. One minute shit be hot, the next minute we'll destroy your ass. 2 years ago, Drake was the most profitable business in music. Now it's almost a guilty pleasure. You got to fight if you put Drake on. If you put Drake on, you finna have to explain yourself. Like, niggas, you listening to Drake? You get what I'm saying? Like, you get, like, shit's crazy. And it's society and trends. It doesn't matter if it's right or what's wrong or this or that. It's because that's what's popular, that's what's trending. And so because of the nature of things, things are not going to be stable. Your life isn't going to be stable. There's plenty of ways to make money, but you got to be adaptable in that. There's so many hustles. This is Uranus and Taurus. There's no excuse for being broke. Yes, the economy is not stable, but there's infinite ways to make money now. You can monetize yourself in every way. Look at these streamers. Look at the people making fucking fake videos. Look at the skit doing people. Look how when COVID came, right there during Uranus being in Taurus, as soon as Uranus came in Taurus, we actually saw business change. You saw podcasts become something that was wild. They had podcasts before that, but podcasting became one of the main sources of entertainment. Now, you can't even just be an athlete in the NBA. You got to have a podcast. You can't be Michael Parsons and be one of the most dominant NFL players in the NFL. You got to have a fucking stupid ass podcast and make the fucking Cowboys look stupid, which you stupid son of a bitch. You can't be fucking Shadur Sanders and Travis Hunter and be the best football players in the country. You got to piss people off even more and have podcasts. You can't be Deion Sanders and be Coach Prime and just be primetime Deion Sanders. You also got to have a show on Tubi. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, there's ways how it goes. Shannon Sharp is one of the most well-known broadcasters, but how did he get that way? From being on his podcast. If he didn't have Club Shay Shay, if he didn't have that fucking podcast with Cat Williams, if he did not do that, he would not be where he is right now. You heard me? Yeah, I'm popping on YouTube, and I'm about to catch the Twitch wave. I just haven't pulled the trigger yet. I have to learn how to use it first. But I want to be able to go on Twitch and react to things. I want to be able to go on Twitch and go look at people and ascribe it to astrology. I want to be on Twitch all day when I'm on the days I have free and be on that shit just streaming and hear me, my kids fucking streaming, showing it, whatever we're doing for that 7-8 hours, me looking at stuff, ascribing it to astrology, me comparing stuff, me reacting to stuff. Like, I want to learn how to do it. I just don't know how to operate it. If I knew how to operate it, I would do it. And so ultimately, I'm actually going to make that move still on YouTube, but I'm also going to incorporate Twitch because that's just where business is headed right now. You know, that's what's hot right now. And I actually have something that I can stream. This is what I do anyway. And so I can actually go on Twitch and stream the way that and do what I do right here for hours. I've already been here for almost 3 hours today. And so going on there, and I do this 3 times a week. So going on there and streaming simultaneously on both, like iShowSpeed does, is something I should be able to do. And then also incorporating stuff that I can do in both, or just going on there and streaming there once or twice a week, and then people coming on and looking for that astrology stuff, because me having the charisma and still being me and having what I do with the music and everything is very unique. And so for me to be able to create my lane over there will be something that could flourish. And then I also have a business plan to where I can also go challenge those popular streamers like Kai and ThErAPy and all of them, as far as them saying, oh, astrology is this, astrology isn't that. And so me having the personality where I could mix in those circles and still could challenge that, oh, I have a business plan in place. I just have to pull the trigger. I'm a Mars and Capricorn. I always have something, you know, where I'm trying to make my business flourish. So, yeah. So, let's keep going. Let's talk about Neptune being in Pisces. Oh, yeah, I'll get a bigger audience over there. A way bigger. But, I mean, I got to pull the trigger. It's got to, because the problem is starting with 0 when I have 10,000 over here almost. Like, starting with 0 again is going to be hard. And I know some of y'all will follow me, but it's just like not being monetized yet. I don't even know how to I need to know how to use it. Really, it's me knowing how to use Twitch confidently and me being able to do the things I want to do on there. And I can be able to do that. Rob Carter, I do have ads. This is just live. I'm monetized here on YouTube for years. And there are ads, but not on these live sessions. Not until after they're posted. Once it's posted and it's uploaded, then it actually, the ads are added to it and it goes through that. Because as far as ads, they want to put ads in strategically. They want to make sure ads are in places that might be a more natural break. They don't want me to be talking and my mouth be open and it break into an ad. You know what I'm saying? And so they do strategically place ads. Most of these are not my beats anymore, Robert Carter. These are Beats by Bless Zone Out music beats. So if I go over there, Beats by Bless Zone Out music is going over there. And so I'm going to make sure that he and I can go over there. And when I do make that move, I'm going to have to correlate with him so he can stream. And so as he streams and does mix beats and stuff, maybe he can do a little bit of what, if he can find out how to do it, do a little bit of what T-Pain does, which is just show people as he's making beats and making music in the studio and show them his creative process. And he can create so many followers in him doing that. And then also him being connected with me, it puts us together. And so him and I can go on there and do our thing. So I'm just saying this out loud without saying this to him yet, but I still have to talk to him. That's the plan. So I definitely plan on going and me and Beats making that move right there. Ooh, I love that beat right there. Because now he's done so much for me. My success is tied to Beats, whether he knows it or not. So whatever I do, I'm going to incorporate him in what I can do and what we grow, so me and him can together flourish. So, you know, we have an unspoken thing already. Aaliyah Hunter, I have Neptune and Pisces in the 6th house too, and it's just been hypochondriac shit. Saturn and Neptune in my 5th and 6th house. I've been a hypochondriac shit. Like, man, fuck Neptune and Pisces. But yeah, Neptune and Pisces, like, first of all, we look at Neptune as imagination and this, but when we're talking about Neptune collectively or universally, this represents the culture. You understand? The motherfucking culture. Well, Beats didn't make this, but Goddess J. Reed. You can always send me music too, but Beats by Bless Zone Out Music makes most of the beats that we play now. He's our in-house producer. He's the priceless producer around this bitch. He has his own thing going also as well, but a lot of this, he makes sure that we have everything we need, so we don't have to deal with copyright. Even though I play music at the beginning and still get copyrighted, but oh well. I take that. I pay for it out of my pocket. You know what I'm saying? I would rather be the vibe, be priceless than me get paid in that way, and it'll come back to me because people come for the vibe, and so a lot of that is a big part of what we do here. But a lot of the beats now, Beats by Bless Zone Out Music is providing these for us. That bit right there is vibing though. So yeah. But yeah, you can always shoot me music, and I will feature your music as a Vibe Tribe. I mean, you're a mod here, and so shoot me your music to my email. Y'all, if you don't know my email yet, one of y'all other mods can just post it for Goddess J Reed, and then you just send me your music. I'll review it, and then we'll come on here. We might even react to it one day. So if that's what you want to do, we can have a day where we feature you. And I think that might be a part of what I do on Twitch is react to artists' music. You know, I know there's people that react, but I'm talking about more artists that I incorporate with. I'm not talking about mainstream artist music. With me being such a music connoisseur, I want to be able to touch the people that I can actually deal with personally, and that we can have personal interactions with each other. You said, does Saturn in Pisces bring restrictions when it comes to spell word magic? I wouldn't think so. But yeah, Neptune and Pisces, y'all just have to look at the culture and look at the culture we've created. Everything is a fucking projection. Everything is so fucking projection. Real ain't even real. Everything is based off projection. You yourself are a whole fucking procession of projections now. You understand? What's fundamental inside of you, sometimes you get so away from that you need to tune in. Like, the fact of the matter is like, the world that we live in right now is confused. We're more connected than ever, but we're more confused than ever. And it's because we're all looking for direction from each other, and nobody's directing anything. It's just everything is bouncing off of each other, and everything is just projected onto the next thing. And this is a projection into these expectations, and these expectations are influencing these projections, and this and this and this. And so there's so much going on that you can't trust anything. You just can't trust anything. And spirituality is a fad. Everything's a fad. Everything is about the appearance or what is being projected off of it. It's not about what it really is. It's not about the impact. And that shit's fucked up. The shit is just fucked up. So what can you do? Well, you just trust your inner self. Trust your inner self. Trust your vibe. Trust that main line to the divine that you have inside of you. Tap into that. Robert Carter, I used to rap. I don't rap anymore. That bitch right there is vibing beats. That right there is almost like... That right there is almost like no sleep. You can't get no sleep to that. No, I don't want to rap right now. I'm not on that right now today. Nah, I ain't on it right now today. What's up, Lucas? I wish, Goddess, I ain't gonna do it though. What's up, MJC? How you doing? Now, Neptune is conjunct to the North Node right now. So I think the world really, you know, in this way, the world needs to tune into themselves. Sometimes you need to allow yourself to have imagination. Sometimes you need to allow yourself to feel. Sometimes you need to get away from what your perception is of what's real. And just feel and just experience and just express. You hear me? This is also a time where I think you should try to get your mental health right. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. For me, this has shifted into my 6th and my 12th house axis. You heard me? The North Node is in my 6th house in Pisces. The South Node is in my 12th house in Virgo. So this is especially right for me, you know, getting back into my spiritual health, and getting back into getting my mind right. You understand? For a lot of people right here, it's like forgiving and just allowing yourself to move forward, right? And so before the change is forgiveness. It's funny that we have this process, but understand the nodal axis, or the nodes, move in 18-month swaps. So we'll have 18 months of the North Node in Pisces and the South Node in Virgo, but then we shift to the North Node in Aquarius and the South Node in Leo, right? Well, since they move backwards. Well, look at this. Before we can really see big time changes, you first need to forgive. You also need to have ideas. You need imagination. Before we can implement and invent, you first need to let your imagination take hold. You need to forgive and let your imagination and your creativity and divinity really flourish. All right, so find your inspiration inside of yourself. The world, if you look at it, it can be fucking really harsh and realistic, and you can be critical of a lot of shit, or you can look towards the future and you can look with hope and you can find faith. And you don't have to find faith in something religious. You can find faith in yourself. You can find faith in love. You can find faith in looking in your kids' faces if you have kids. You don't have to always have to look to something that's associated with some omnipotent presence. Pardon me. That was a tongue twister. Some omnipotent presence. But yeah. What did you say, God?
Purchase your tracks today.
Oh, the feds. I mean, it don't matter what it is. I'm smoking this priceless pack. Let's just call it that. I'm smoking this priceless pack. You need to get you a priceless pack. What's up, Dazed Waves? We in this thing for real. Y'all hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Hit the motherfucking CashApp that's pinned there. Hit the super sticker, the super thanks to the super chat. We just getting started. We've been here for 3 hours, and I said I wasn't gonna go no longer than that, but it's too late now. I still haven't even gotten to the top 5, and we still gotta get to it. You heard? And so just chill. Don't disrespect this vibe, because they ain't gonna play about me. You fuck around and disappear around here. You can't come into my chat with that negativity. You fuck around, come up missing. You heard me? Watkins Cat House is a headhunter. But yeah, this that priceless pack. Better stop playing. Now, Pluto, 1 degree of Aquarius. Guess what? Things have changed. Things are going to keep changing. We're into some radical times. The power is with the people now. And that's going to be scary and destructive at first. It's got to be. But in order for things to get better, certain ways of doing things have to be destroyed. And for Pluto and Aquarius to really come in, what's crazy is it's air. It just starts with an idea. It just starts, and it's not even an idea. It's an open mind. Once you have an open mind, then the ideas flow, and then the possibilities start to expand. That's where expectations dissipate, and those expectations that were limitations, they go away. Those motherfucking confining factors that they have, they aren't there. Yes, there's still government, and there's those things in place, but a lot of that shit right there is either statutory or symbolic right now, because the power is with the people. You understand? We'll topple your shit. This is how it is now. This is the way that the world goes. Because of technology, this is Aquarius. Because of technology, because of those little devices that we have, the same things they use to track us, the same thing they do to monitor our data to see what you're into so they can sell you whatever they're trying to sell you. All of that shit right there is the same way that we're still connected with everybody. You look right here in this live session right here. There's people from North America, there's people from South America, there's people from Europe, there's people from Africa, there's people from Asia, there's people from Australia. Do you get it? Right here in this chat right now. We have a global scope. So there's not a lot that people can hide from. Look, Anel, South Africa. Like, that's how it goes. And so, like, just us as people, we can change everything. We don't realize the power that we have right now. We're just now coming into it, really. You understand? And so things are going to keep progressing, but things are going to keep being weird. You have the shit, and we've seen this since Pluto's came back into Aquarius. We have the shit with the drones. We have the stupid ass shit that they bring up every time, talking about the congressional hearing on UAPs that people misconstrue and spread and make it into something that it's not. It is the same whistleblower that came on last time that just comes on and says, hey, these UAPs, we have this testimony from these naval officers. We have this testimony from these people. These are not aircrafts that we can determine where they're coming from or what they are. And we have reason to believe that they might be non-human life forces. You understand? Or they might be non-human driven UAPs. We have reason to believe they're coming from the ocean. We've had this type of contact, and there's this and this and this. You've actually had, if y'all know this or not, you've actually had an Israeli whistleblower that was a part of their government come out and say, no, there's a federation. They actually talk and deal with extraterrestrial beings. Like, this is somebody who was involved in the government, and he comes out and says this. So some of the stuff that we hear is not new, but because it's just now becoming something that is available to people that aren't looking for it. It's what's popular and what's trending. And so this is something that, because this is something that, this is a topic now that is socially popular or trending, then this is something that people talk about, and that brings it out. And to these days, to be a conspiracy theorist or to be somebody who questions things is not something that was condemned like it was in previous generations. Previously, before this, people condemned that shit. You talking about that shit, you're crazy. You're into astrology, you're stupid. You're into this, like, all of that shit right there is the way that people try to restrict you in your mindset. You know what I'm saying? And they want to control whatever you're allowed to have access to. But as more people get involved and as the internet expands and as things go out, there's going to be more and more access to more information. People are going to learn more and more about things. People are going to learn about things that happen in Russia, like the Russian naval officers who went into the lake. I forgot the name of the lake. It's the biggest and deepest lake in the world. I don't know the name of the lake, but they went into the lake, and they supposedly, there's a whole government classified document that says that they went to the lake and they encountered these beings way deep in the lake, hundreds of feet deep in the lake, that had like suits on, kind of. They were alien, something type of beings that lived in the fucking lake, and that actually hurt them, shot them out of the water and shit. Like, I don't mean like shot them with a gun, but like did something sonically with the water that expelled them out of that water immediately. And so they ended up wherever the fuck they were at, some of them dead, some of them hurt, right? And so this is something that you have access to now. You have access to what's really going on the Gaza Strip, right? They have access to people going on the Gaza Strip. They can't just make Israel look like they're in the right all the time, the way that America has and the West has for so long, and make it look like Israel is justified in the things that they do. You can't do that. Because there's somebody on the strip that's streaming and letting you know what the fuck is really happening now. There's somebody that's really reporting this shit back to you now. Putin can't say he's doing this. You know, you're destroying the infrastructure of the Ukraine. The people of the Ukraine remain, but you've destroyed that country's infrastructure. What can they do now? All they have is the support that they have from NATO. And so you have these things that happen where there's a lot of stuff you cannot, even in prison. Like motherfuckers in prison now got access to all this shit where they show you everything that's happening in that bitch, and motherfuckers can't even do business in peace anymore. Like, this is the way we live now. And so there's a lot of stuff that you just can't get away with now. You know, and it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. But right now, the way that the world is, it's going to be destructive because the old way of doing things has to be destroyed in order for something new and better for everybody to come in. And at first, with Pluto, there's going to be death and destruction. This is how Pluto works. But there's also change, transition, transformation, regeneration, and with Aquarius, revolution, where that comes from rebellion. You know, you have this rebellion. People rebel to something. People, they decide, hey, we're not with that. This is something that we're not with. And eventually that leads to a revolution. You understand? At first, when you have the American Revolutionary War, this is just 13 states or 13 colonies that were rebelling against England and the taxation that they put on them and the tariff that they put on them, right? And so ultimately that rebellion turns into a revolution because now we have French support. Now we have this because this is now something that we can put energy into that's going to change something drastically. It's something that can be established from this. And so ultimately that's what comes from that. A lot of y'all just need to shut the fuck up and just learn something. You're actually here being treated to some real shit. You heard me? Hit the fucking like button or shut the fuck up right now. Before you piss me off. Who is my favorite rapper? My favorite rapper is... I don't know. I have a few favorite rappers. I mean, traditionally it would be Zero, but I mean, not always Zero because I don't like some of his songs. It's not like I like everything he puts out. I love Mac Miller, but I don't love everything Mac Miller puts out. I need to go listen to his new album. I love Deontay Hitchcock. I think he's a really dope artist. There's lots of artists that I like, but I don't know if I have a favorite. I don't even listen to rap that much anymore unless I'm on a live session with y'all. I actually listen to R&B more when I'm on my own. I'm old. I'm old school. And so I'm more on that type of shit. I ain't listening to nobody named Ball Greasy. I'm a grown ass man. I ain't listening to no nigga named Ball Greasy. Hell nah, what the fuck? Can't do it. I like art. I don't like Rod Wave, but nobody trying to cry. That's why I don't listen to Zero that much anymore. Like, nobody trying to cry and shit. Shut the fuck. I'll break my arm turning Rod Wave off. Fuck. Like, I don't want to hear no Rod Wave. I like Big X a little bit, but I don't listen to rap. Like I said, I like old school shit if I do. But yeah, I don't want to listen to none of that shit. You see this vibe right here? This is what the vibe I love. Ooh, shout out to Beats by Blessed. Ooh, lazy man. I don't even need words. Because I say them in here. Now, anyway. Wow, who pressed yo? I look like your daddy. No, don't come out here disrespecting your father, boy. Sit your ass down somewhere and shut up while I teach this shit. Now, don't distract me with that riffraff any further. Damn, now you don't exist. All right, for real though. Stop doing me like that. Chiron is at 19 degrees of Aries. It's still opposite to the Black Moon Lilith. They're separated from the opposition, but they're still opposite. Look, you just got to be accountable, and it's hard to hold yourself accountable when you're caught up in everybody else. It's hard to be honest and authentic and just be you when you're trying to please other people. That's the opposition between Chiron and the Black Moon Lilith right now. Is people be people pleasing, people be being fake, people be being two-faced, people be smiling in your face. They want to take your place, but they really a fucking backstabber. And it's just hard for you to do you when you're so caught up in somebody else or caught up in public opinion. So you need to do you unapologetically, but you also need to hold yourself accountable in doing you. And so that's what's hard with Chiron and Aries. It's so easy to be fake and please other people than to hold yourself accountable for yourself and be responsible for yourself and to be independent and to be self-sufficient. I said sufficient, self-sufficient. I was trying to say self-sustained, but also self-sufficient at the same time. But it came out self-sufficient. But yeah, I hope that's there with that. Brittany, are you still here? Have you made it this far? Now, lastly, the North Node is at 29 degrees of Pisces. But like I said, that's conjunct to Neptune. So if you're caught up in the culture, you're going to be caught up in the wrong thing. You're going to be confused. And it's easy to get confused about what's for you. Because right now, you need to be aligning what's for you from a divine standpoint. But you can't search for that externally. You got to search for that inside of you. And so, look. If you are trying to stay in tune with the culture and what's trending, you're going to be confusing yourself. All right. And also just forgive right now. Forgive yourself every moment. Forgive the world. The world is just what it is. You know, just keep love and compassion in the forefront with the North Node in Pisces. Keep love and compassion in the forefront if you want to make it through this at all. Compassion for yourself, compassion for the world, compassion for the situation. Hey, people make mistakes. We're in a crazy time. You just have to go with the flow right now. And so you can stress yourself out on the particulars with the South Node in Virgo. It's real easy to do, to get anxious and get nervous and get worried and stress yourself out and think too much. Instead, you can just go with the flow. You just got to trust and go. My Johnny. Hey, y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to My Johnny here on YouTube. All right? It's an experience. Shout out to the goddess herself, My Johnny. It's my pleasure. Now we're gonna talk about the numerology, and then I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna come back. We're gonna do the top 5, and then we're fucking out of here. All right. And so this is what's happening. So as far as the numerology of the day, we're in a 9 vibration. How do we get to that 9? Let me teach you, just so you know. Anybody born today would be a 9 life path. So we're in this 9 vibration. So how would you add that up? Well, it is January 17th, 2025, right? And so you have 1 plus 8, because 17 is an 8. 1 plus 7 is 8. You take that 8, you drop it down. So 1 plus 8 plus 9, because 2025 equals 9. 2 plus 2 is 4, plus 5 is a 9. So you have 1 plus 8 plus 9. So basically 9 plus 9, which is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. You simplify that down to the 9. So we are in a 9 vibration today. And there's an 8 connotation to it. And so if you want to move forward and empower yourself, you got to forgive other people. There's a weight holding you down. The 8 is about empowerment. You understand? It's extreme too, but the 8 is also about empowerment. And so if you want to empower yourself, you got to let go of the fucking hate that you have for other people. Like, that's the truth. Like, that's just holding you back. Why you hate the next motherfucker? Like, you can be in competition with somebody without hating them too. You ain't got to hate them. Like, you understand? You don't have to like them. You ain't got to tolerate them. But you ain't got to hate them. Hating is something that's holding you back. You understand? So forgive that shit. It's not for them either. It's for you. You empower yourself when you can forgive other people, when you can put yourself in a position to win, and you ain't letting nothing hold you back anymore. Ain't nothing holding me back, bitch. I forgave that shit. Be an inspiration too. Be a motherfucking inspiration. This is what you gotta do. Be the first one to say, you know what, I'm the bigger person in this scenario. And sometimes being the bigger person doesn't mean letting some shit go. That's where we get the misconception. They think being the bigger person means you got to let a motherfucker do anything to you and let it go and just be, I'm the bigger person. No, sometimes the bigger person is saying, guess what, bitch? This is a boundary. I'm finna teach you about boundaries today. This is me being the bigger person. This right here is what happens when you violate my motherfucking boundaries. I break my foot off in your motherfucking ass, ho. And that's how it goes. This ain't all love and light. You can't be like that in the world. Being spiritual doesn't mean you're always passive. And that's stupid. You understand? Fuck that shit. You can forgive, but that don't mean you gotta be a bitch. Never forget that shit. Forgiving somebody doesn't mean you have to allow them to do you any type of way. Yeah, I forgive you for being a human being. That don't mean I fuck with you. I don't fuck with you. So stay out my motherfucking mix. Because I don't want either one of us to be a victim. You hear me? I'm not going to be a victim to you. And if you try to make me so, you're going to be a victim to me. So we can just stay out of each other's way. The vibe can be completely different planes right there. You heard me? We both got walkie-talkies. You're on channel 9. I'm on channel 3. You understand? And that's okay. Just different frequencies. I ain't vibing with you. I don't think you heard me though. And we're still just getting started. Over 3 hours in. So, hey, y'all, I gotta use the restroom real fast. I know there's 38 people here. So you can get mad at me. I'm gonna be back in less than 2 minutes though. So I'm gonna go to the restroom. In 2 minutes, I'm gonna come back. And we're gonna get into the priceless top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements in astrology. And when I say PlUtO placements, we're not gonna just talk about PlUtO in Scorpio, or we're gonna get specific here. All right, super specific. So just cool it. I'll be right back. Just fine. We back. That bitch vibing, ain't it? It's like epic. Are y'all ready to get into the price list top 5 most powerful Pluto placements? And like I said, I'm gonna get specific. I'm not gonna talk about just Pluto in the 3rd, Pluto in the 12th. I'm gonna talk about specific placements. So this might be Pluto in Virgo in the 6th. This might be Pluto in Scorpio in the 9th. This might be Pluto in Leo in the 4th. It might be Pluto in Capricorn. You understand? But I can only do 5. So we're gonna get ultra specific. And I'm gonna try not to sorry. The week. I'm gonna try not to talk for 45 minutes on each one. So I'm gonna try to keep it to under 5 or 10 minutes for each one of these. All right, we've already been here 3.5 hours. She said Pluto and Libra in the 10th. All right. So we have no honorable mention. And so number 5 on the list of the price list top 5 most powerful Pluto placements in astrology. Because Pluto does represent power, intensity, transition, transformation, death, regeneration, rebirth, and depth. Number 5 on the list of the price list top 5 most powerful Pluto placements. This is Pluto in Virgo in the 12th house. Now, I happen to know a couple of people with this placement, right? They're old school, but I know them personally. And the power of the mind with these people is really something to behold. This is Virgo in the 12th house. You heard me? But this is Pluto, adding intensity to that. And so this contradictory energy right here actually ends up being something that's incredibly powerful to contend with as an individual. See, these are the type of people who can completely destroy themselves by getting into a fucked up train of thought. They can destroy their life. All it takes is them to get into a negative train of thought and them to start worrying and tripping and start breaking things down, and they'll break themselves, their lives, and everything down to where there's nothing. They can fucking destroy themselves and their lives, right? With Pluto and Virgo in the 12th house. But they can also heal other people like never seen before. They can really use their mind in ways to really come up with ways that can help you out and heal. And they have a certain consistency to them when they're there trying to help somebody else, that it's like they lose themselves in helping other people when they do that. They can destroy themselves in dealing with themselves, but they can lose themselves in helping other people too. Like, it's like everything they have goes into healing this person. And sometimes they'll heal that person, but they have nothing left for them because this is the 12th house and it's Pluto. And so they'll spend everything they have. They put all of this energy and intensity into healing somebody else and helping somebody else and fixing somebody else where their situation is decaying around them. And so it's like, man, they get entangled in the minutia and the situation decays around them. But they're in those minutia and they're so focused on healing that they can really do some things to help other people. They can be a true service. But at what expense do you have to ask that? Plain and simple. with Pluto in Virgo in the 12th house. You heard me. You know, these are the type of people that can be so critical that they can also break somebody down viciously. They can be so fucked up and they can see nothing but wrong in a situation, and so they can break somebody down or themselves or a situation down viciously. Or they can speak life into a situation in an instant. They can make something better. These are healers. You understand? And the powers of manifestation with Pluto and Virgo in the 12th house are going to be absolutely wondrous. You know, but it goes both ways. They have to be careful what they let their mind fixate on, because if they think about anything, whether it be good or bad, long enough, it's going to happen. This is Pluto in the 12th house. This is the nature of Pluto in the 12th house. So with Pluto and Virgo in the 12th house, if they fixate their mind on something long enough, that shit's going to happen. That shit's going to become real. This is Virgo. So they better make sure they know what they want. They better make sure they know what they want, because they can manifest some fucked up shit into their life. They can fixate on something being so bad that they can make it bad. They can make it horrible. They can make it fall apart. They can break it down to where it's nothing. They can make it fucking unhealthy. You fucking obsessed about it, to now it's affected you. You're fucked up about it. See, when we talk about Pluto being powerful, this doesn't mean you always have power and influence over the people. There's power that comes in different ways. Right here, this is the power of the mind. This right here is the power that they have over themselves, the power that they have to heal others. Just so we know. Pluto is an energy. Angry bird, dweeb, whatever your name is. But now you disappear. Pluto will kill you. What's up, Sandra? How you doing? Y'all give a shout out to my friend Sandra. Hi, my name's Sandra from Montana. Now, I'll also let you know, Pluto and Virgo in the 12th house for those people is incredibly polarizing. All right. When you look at Pluto and Virgo in the 12th house, what you also are going to see with most people with Pluto in the 12th house, no matter what it is people that have this vacuum inside of them. Because what happens is they're truly capable of anything good or bad. They're capable of being completely toxic and unhealthy and destructive, or they're capable of healing anything, right? This is that expanse with Pluto and Virgo in the 12th house, right? And so that creates a vacuum inside of them. And so what that does is attract people, situations, relationships to them that need fixing. And so there's stuff that always comes into their situation. So when they come into a situation, it's always fucked up, or it gets fucked up. And as soon as it gets fucked up, it's like their whole energy is focused on fixing that, on healing that, on helping that. But at what expense? Because it's the 12th house, it destroys them sometimes in the process. You know, there is no boundary here once this comes to the 12th house. It's not like, oh, you're going to stop. That's just enough. That's healthy. No, because it's in the 12th house and is the house of self-undoing, then it ends up being a hindrance to them. That healing power that they have even can hurt them. And then also their mind can be so manifestive that sometimes the negative stuff that they allow to come into their mix, and them constantly having to fix things and them constantly looking at what's wrong, can really affect them. And they start to look at everything like something is wrong. And so it makes them incredibly negative people. And that has an influence on their health and their energy. And when you carry weight around you, you age faster. That's why when you look at a lot of those Pluto and Virgo people, being 28 years old right now looks completely different than being 28 years old in 1985. When them motherfuckers in 1985 look 28, they look 68, nigga. You understand that? Like, that's the truth. But it's just the weight of things, the energy and the stress. You know, it was a whole different time. But those are people that could really heal. Those are really people that were helped. Those are people that were consistent. They worked hard, but they worked themselves too hard. Sometimes they pushed too hard, and they didn't have the expense that they needed to be able to pay that toll, and it ended up being a detriment to them. So all of that is why Pluto in Virgo in the 12th house is number 5 on the list of the price list top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements. Now, let's get to number 4. 4. Yeah, I know I look good. Number 4. Number 4 on the list of the price list top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements in astrology. This is PlUtO in Libra in the 3rd house. And so for a lot of people, this is going to be your parents, right? But when you have PlUtO in Libra in the 3rd house, this is going to be somebody who developed very fast mentally when they were younger. Actually, they developed a lot more quickly mentally than they did emotionally. And so that actually ended up being a help because they learned very quickly to make discernments without their emotions getting in the way. So they are very sharp, but they're also objective. So their feelings don't influence their decision-making process from a very early age. So these are people that have a very cerebral approach to everything that they do. And this can be very helpful, but it can also be cold-blooded. You know, their objectivity mixed with their understanding of other people, with this being Libra. Oh, it makes them very clever. It makes them very excellent at dealing with people, right? They know how to put their own emotions to the side about a situation and really look at things objectively, and that helps them be very intelligent and very clever, and they have a very slick way of dealing with people, and they have an easy way of talking around situations, and they can make you make a decision for them without you knowing you're making a decision for them, because they have a hard time making decisions for themselves. And so what they know how to do is manipulate people into doing things the way that they want people to do things, right? And so it can be very powerful in that way, but it can also be great socially, because they're just the type of people who know what to say and when to say it too, so they can sell you anything. They can fit in with just about anybody. They can just be that type of people. This could be somebody that's very cool, but they can also be very fake too. And most people aren't going to miss that, but they're fake. And the thing is, they're also the type of people that they like to watch people and judge them. And so they're very slick about what they let people see them do, because they feel like people might be watching them and judging them also. You understand? And so that's the way that it goes with that. So all of that is why PlUtO in the 3rd house in Libra is number 4. All right? Now, number 3 on the list of the price list top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements. I hate to do it to you, but this is actually my own PlUtO placement. This is PlUtO in Scorpio in the 1st house. Some people would say PlUtO is exalted in Aries, right? PlUtO, some people say PlUtO is exalted in Pisces. Some people say PlUtO is exalted in Leo. You're going to see different things with this. I don't think we know enough about PlUtO to really gauge its exaltation yet. As PlUtO was discovered, you know, we still haven't got to experience as humanity. I mean, we have experience, but we haven't, us as experience, since PlUtO was discovered. You understand? Haven't got to know, since we knew what this energy was, what PlUtO in Aries was like, what PlUtO in Taurus was like. You understand? We haven't got to see that yet. We can look back in history and think, well, this is what it like was in history, but PlUtO didn't exist to us at that point. And so for now, us now having this knowledge of PlUtO and us astrologically studying PlUtO and the energy that comes along with PlUtO and everything it does in aspect to stuff, you start to now look back and say, okay, well, this is what it does. But we haven't experienced it. All right. And so with PlUtO and Scorpio in the 1st house, you know, people like this, like me, have a certain intensity oozing off of them. There's some about it that can set people off in good ways and bad ways. It's both magnetizing and sometimes it is repulsive to people. Sometimes as soon as people see me, they get turned off. Now they want to type some shit in the motherfucking chat, try to bring me down a few pegs, right? Sometimes somebody, as soon as they see me, they're wondering what the fuck, who the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on, right? Somebody with Pluto and Scorpio in the first house, when they walk into the room, they change the density of the room, not the temperature, the density of the energy in that room. When they walk into the room, they change the dynamic of the energy because it's on them. You understand? And they're catalysts. When you have Pluto and Scorpio in the first house, you're a catalyst, and you make people notice you. Your energy. It's not just how you look. Like, it's just the appearance. It's the energy that's coming off of you. People notice you. You're not somebody that's gonna go unnoticed. It's because of the energy that you have. It doesn't mean you're the best person in the world, but this is something that is powerful in the world, because you're not one of the people that can just be, what are they calling these days, an NPC. And I don't believe in that anyway, but because everybody has their own specific path. Some people are just not meant to be in the forefront of things, and people have their own domestic journeys. Like, I have 2 sons where their life path numbers are 6s. So they're not meant to be in the public eye. No, they're meant to fucking love and nurture and have families and commit. Like, their life is about developing a family and committing and being fathers. And, you know, that's what their life is. Their families. So I understand that. That's not everybody's plight, is to be a public figure. Right? And so with Pluto and Scorpio in the first house, you're somebody that's going to get noticed. And there's lots of people who have that energy. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes when you're somebody who gets noticed, you get picked on, you get fucking targeted, you get people that fucking hate you, you get people that fucking want to fucking bring you down. They don't want you to get noticed. They fucking hate you because for them, they're trying so hard to break through and get the attention that you naturally what's the word I'm looking for? Elicit. The attention you naturally elicit. And then also, some people are just, your energy is gonna make them nervous a little bit. It's gonna make them uneasy a little bit. I told y'all that story before. I think I've told y'all this before. You know, I have this thing where, especially with me being so conceited as I can be, where when I was younger, I was a bouncer in this bar, right? And so I don't have a lot of, you know, as much as I have knowledge, I don't have a lot of game because I'm a Cancer. I don't like rejection. So, and I've always been, you know, without being conceited, good looking enough to where I didn't have to shoot my shot a lot. Before my teeth got fucked up and all this other shit, I didn't have to shoot my shot a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers shot their shot at me. And so it was different for me than some people, right? And so, and I really didn't do it because I was scared of rejection. And if that meant I had to settle for something that just wanted me, because I let somebody choose me instead of me getting what I really wanted, because that's the Libra rising, and that's the problem. That's why you're frustrated and you're in relationships that you don't really want, because your ass settled because you weren't willing enough to be a man to go after what you really wanted. Instead, you just settle for what wanted you, right? So that creates situations in and of itself. But anyway, there was a situation where there was these 2 chicks at the bar, and so I did what I normally do, right? I've got this Pluto energy. All I got to do is walk by you. You'll feel my energy. You'll notice me, right? I've done this my whole life, right? I go, you know, I turn my, you know, I don't even have to turn on. I just turn my attention to this. I walk by them a few times. I notice them notice me. I'm thinking, that's great, right? And so when we get outside, the one I was attracted to was smiling at me, but then all of a sudden her friend just came up to me. And it was one of the most humbling experiences I ever had, because it was in front of a lot of people. But she said, hey, you think you're cute and you think you're fine and shit. She's like, but your fucking energy is really weird and creepy. And I was like, what? And I mean, for somebody to tell you that as a man, for me, I never wanted to be that. Like, that's the last thing I want to be. You know what I'm saying? She's like, you're like, like, your energy's fucking creepy. She's like, fuck that. She's like, my homegirl thinks you're cute, but I wouldn't let her talk to you. And then they got in their Uber and left. And that shit hurt my feelings and shit. But at the same time, I was, you know, as I learned more about myself and life, you know, I ascribed that to Pluto. Like, everybody's not going to have the same reaction to somebody with Pluto in the first house. And so ultimately, as much as you think this, like, sometimes people don't want to be provoked. And with Pluto in the first house in Scorpio, you have a provoking energy. Right? And so that provoking energy that you have, it's going to provoke responses in people, good and bad. And so it's just something that happens. And so when you have something that's gonna provoke responses, it is. And even when it's in retrograde, like I myself, I have Pluto retrograde in my first house. So sometimes that intensity is not right there on the surface. There's an intensity inside of me, and it's always inside of me. There's something simmering right there under the surface inside of me all the time. I can smile and play and do this, but there's also a darkness that's sitting right there. Some fucked up shit that I have inside of me. Some fucked up ways, some shadow shit, some shit that's just sitting right there. And I'm always aware of it, and I'm always trying to change it because it comes up. And so there's these things that come up, right? And so I'll be having stuff going on, and I'll realize something about myself, and I'll change that in my character just like that. People that experience me, like when I'm in chats in my other stuff, I'll be talking and I'll say something, and I'll immediately be introspective, like, hey, you know what? I need to address this better. I need to do this and do this and do this. And sometimes it weirds people out. I don't ever get a response. They're like, huh? And I'll be like, you know what? I need to change this. I need to do this. I need to fix this. I need to stop being like this. I need to stop being like this. And I'm saying it to myself, and immediately I would eliminate that shit from my character. I would change that fucking immediately. I will eliminate a piece of my personality that I might have had my whole life just like that. And it trips people out. And so I'm never the same person. And so I'm not the dude that can say I'm the same nigga since I came in the game. I can't say that shit because I'm a different motherfucker than I was 5 minutes ago. And y'all know that about me. I'm a different motherfucker than I was 6 months ago. I'm a different motherfucker than I was a year ago. The people that are here in the chat that watch this, y'all can see that. I'm always like that. I'm always fucking changing. I'm the same in a way, but I'm also always aware of everything that's wrong. I'm always learning and growing. I'm always telling y'all what I'm going through. I'm always showing you how this is a journey that I'm on. And so that's why when you look at the description of this channel, this is not, let me show you. This is, hey, come on a journey with me. This is what we're on together. This is what we're doing because the destination is death and we'll all get there. So it's always a journey. And so that's how it goes. Now, like, Pluto and Scorpio in the first house is powerful. And there's people with Pluto in the first house, as y'all know, that are very powerful. They have powerful personalities. Sometimes it's just their personality. You know, the first house is going to play out in your personality. And so I have an intense personality. You know, I can be real cool and it seems that, but like, you know, once I get started, I'm started. And once I'm in, I'm all the way in. I'm finna say everything. I'm finna do everything. I'm finna go hard in the bitch. I was supposed to come on here earlier today for 2 hours. I've been here for 4 hours. I don't know how to fucking stop. You understand? Like, this is me. There's an intensity like, all right, I got to make myself do it. Or I go too hard till I fucking pass out. Every night I pass out. I don't go lay down in the bed. I fall asleep somewhere every night. There's yet to be a night where I say, you know what, I'm tired. I'm finna go lay in the bed. No, I fall asleep at the table. I fall asleep in the chair. I fall asleep on the couch. I never just go get in the bed and lay down. I have to go to bed after I wake up. That's what I do every night. I fucking pass out in motion every day. I'm doing something and I fucking fall asleep. That's what I do. I fucking run out. I go hard until I run out. I write until my fucking finger hurts. I fucking talk until my throat starts bleeding. Y'all have seen me do this. And so this is just how it goes. Like, I'm an extreme person. So with Pluto and Scorpio in that first house, it makes a person operate at extremes. And it makes them have an extreme life. It's for them, they're attracted to extremes. They are extreme. And so you have an extreme personality. You're attracted to extreme experiences. You're attracted to extreme people. You are an extreme person. And so all of that shit plays out throughout your life. And it's a fucking process that really gets crazy. What's Pluto and Libra in the second house? Money. Money at some point, but also like you lose money, you get money, you've experienced poverty, you have been up before, and so it has to stop being about money. And when it stops being about money, that's when you'll truly find fulfillment. But Pluto and Libra in the second house, like you're looking for money to define you or to make you something into something that you are, but you put too much power and influence in money, and money could change you because you have Pluto and Libra in the second house. You are somebody that money could change. A nigga say, hey, money ain't never gonna change me. Money will change you. And if you have it, money has changed you. Now that's Pluto and Scorpio in the first house. That's number 3. Number 2, on the list of the price list, top 5 most powerful Pluto placements in astrology. Shout out as we override. Number 2 is Pluto in Leo in the 10th house. Not Pluto in Scorpio in the 10th house, that's powerful. Not Pluto in Capricorn in the 10th house, that's powerful. But Pluto in Leo in the 10th house, that's not just powerful, that's Putin. That's what that is, that's Putin. Pluto in Leo in the 10th house is Vladimir Putin. This is influence. This is an ego that can drive a person to the greatest of heights, but it can also make him a fucking maniac. This is an ego maniac. You understand? But that can make you a bad motherfucker. Being an egomaniac, sometimes you ain't gonna die. That ego ain't gonna let you. You ain't gonna get beat. You ain't gonna fucking tap out. Motherfuckers got you fucked up. This is Leo. This is pride. My pride is involved, bitch. This is power and influence and ego and style and narcissism and fucking... Man, you know, this is... somebody where nothing can stop their ambition, and no one, not even their family, better not challenge their power with Pluto and Leo in the 10th house. Bitch, I'm special. I'm the one. I'm not gonna be fucked with. This all centers around me. You understand? And if it ain't about me, then it ain't about shit. That's Pluto and Leo in the 10th house. This is somebody who takes what they want. Pluto in Libra, or Pluto in Virgo in the 12th house can make what they want. Oh, no. Pluto and Leo in the 10th house, they take what the fuck they want. Or guess what? You'll offer it to me, bitch. This is a bully. This is a fucking bully. A motherfucker whose own pain won't stop him. Pluto in the 10th house is already like that anyway. This is somebody so ambitious, so ego-driven. They ain't gonna get stopped. Do you understand? Pluto and Leo in the 10th house at number 2 is somebody who... oh, they can be a bad motherfucker. Ski Mask Lord. That's goddamn right. Crunchy Black said, I take what I want. Ain't that right, Glad? But yeah, Pluto and Leo in the 10th house, that's not just power, that's Putin. Some of the most powerful people. Presidents have came and gone. Vladimir Putin has remained. He has remained. This is somebody whose ego ain't gonna let him die. They ain't gonna let you beat him. You ain't gonna get him down. They just find ways to keep motherfucking blaming it on everything else. They gotta keep ways to stay in doing what they gonna do. They'll manipulate, they'll fight, they'll kill, they'll maim. They'll do whatever it takes for them to stay the center of power. You understand? It's the 10th house, so it is about power and influence and ambition. This is somebody who's felt like they were destined to be whatever the fuck they are. And with this Leo in the 10th house, that means to be the baddest motherfucker breathing. This means to be a special. This means to be the one. The one. You understand? This is Leo. Bitch. I'm the king. Hear me roar. I'm the queen. Bitch, bow down. You understand? This is how it goes with this right here. People that have Pluto and Leo in the 10th house are incredibly powerful because when you let that ego take control, that ego is going to do just that. You understand? That ego going to do that. If you allow that ego to take control, it's going to do that. It's going to be a treacherous thing, but it's going to do that. It wants to do that. Feed it. You understand? That's why Pluto and Leo in the 10th house is in the 10th house is number 2. Are y'all ready for number one? As we have been here for 4 hours already, are y'all ready for number motherfucking one, nigga? Anybody want to guess? What the number one price list top 5, the number one of the price list top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements is? There can really only be one here. All right, I'll tell you. Number one on the list. Wait, hold up, there's the vibe to it. You goddamn right, Aaliyah. Number one on the list of the price list top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements in astrology. This is Pluto in Scorpio in the 8th house. This is the power of the PUSSY. People talk about the money is the root of all evil. No, 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 no. Sex is, pussy is. Before there was ever currency, people were fucking doing anything they can to mate. That's what's natural in nature, motherfucker. You come playing with this motherfucking coochie I'm trying to get, I will fucking kill you. Bitch, the whole lion pride will murk you behind the king. Do you understand? See, Pluto and Scorpio in the 8th house, let me be honest with you. This is somebody who can change somebody's life just by interacting with them. It ain't even got to be sexual. But if they have any type of intimate interaction, it's going to be a life-changing experience. This is what happens when you deal with somebody with Pluto and Scorpio in the 8th house. And there's going to be surface-level interactions, but if they let you in, you in. And once you in, you in. And once y'all in, y'all locked in. You hear me? You locked in. This is somebody who doesn't die. They just transform. You think about Pluto in the 8th house, they're dead? No, no. Maybe if it came through in transit. Born with Pluto in the 8th house, this ain't about death. This is about depth. This is where you fucking deal with them. He's like, man, I didn't know you were that deep. I didn't know your ass was that deep. I didn't know you was that dangerous. Like, you think you get to involve with me like, this motherfucker here is a lot. Some people gonna get scared. You hear me? But some people gonna be obsessed. These are people that will instantly make you obsessed with them because you never encountered nothing like that before. And then they have a power over you. They can elicit emotional responses out of you at any time. At any time. This is somebody who's resourceful, deep, conflicted, dangerous, powerful, and that shit is sexy as fuck. If they have extremely potent sexual interactions with people. If y'all have a sexual interaction, your life is not gonna be the same after that. You liable to lose your motherfucking mind. Your shit liable to fall into shambles. That's Pluto and Scorpio in the 8th house. Pluto in the 1st was number 3. But yeah, Pluto and Scorpio in the 8th house is one of those placements, man. And for those people, it's powerful inside of them. It's powerful inside of them to have that inside of them. Because the 8th house is inside of you, deep down inside of you. To have that type of powerful passion inside of them, to have that type of darkness inside of them, to have that type of power inside of them. It can be destructive. It can make a person kill themselves. They can kill themselves. They can get so obsessed with something. They could change so much that they don't even want to live no more. Like, this is one of those placements that does that. It's not just powerful because about the sex. No, this is somebody who can kill you or kill themselves, motherfucker. I'm obsessed about this. There's some people who might not feel fulfilled unless they kill somebody. Like, this is that type of shit. Like, this shit is powerful to have inside of you. It's like, I've done everything freaky. I've done everything you can do. I've touched all of the taboo. What I got to do now is kill me a motherfucker. The only thing that's going to fulfill this is if I catch me a body. Like, it's crazy, and y'all think it's funny, but there's people that are really like that in this world. There's people that are really so like that it's like, man, they've done everything. They that nasty, that deep, they that crazy. Like, I've done everything, man. I've hunted every type of animal. I want to hunt me a fucking human, bitch. This is not just a pest. This is not something. This is something that really happens. These are people that, there's people that literally kidnap people and take them places and hunt them. Do shit to them. I've done everything sexually. Now I got your ass locked in my fucking trailer in Arizona, in this trailer park, in a junkyard, and people think it's just me and my dogs in there, but I got a motherfucker tied up in there, and I'm fucking experimenting on them and fucking them for my sexual pleasure. It's people that are really like that. Like, it's like when you keep pushing the envelope, you keep taking it deeper, you keep taking it darker, you keep pushing that. Eventually, you get to the threshold of something that becomes fucking scary. And have you ever dealt with somebody where you're dealing with them and you just realize they're willing to take it way farther than you're willing to take it? I've dealt with that. My ex had Pluto in Scorpio in the 8th house, and I've literally, and as much as we had an amazing sexual connection and the sex with her was amazing, there was a point where after we broke up, and even with the relationship with her, when she didn't like somebody, she would do stuff to them that was fucked up. And so me, after we got into it, like, I realized, like, as much as I'm a man and I think I'm tough, like, I'm not willing to take it as far as she's willing to take it. And so she's somebody who's going to take it to the extreme. And so I'm not even going to play with her like that. Because you playing with her like that, you playing with your life. You understand? Not everybody going to play with you. Some people are really killers out here. My sister has Pluto in the 8th house. She is a person that will really kill you out here. This is my sister. I know her. I love her. My sister has killed somebody before. My sister stabbed me in my neck. You see this right here? This is a scar. This is a 2-inch scar. My jugular is right here. My sister stabbed me in my neck with a piece of glass from an ashtray. Broke it on my face and then stabbed me in my neck with that bitch. When we were 17 and she was 15. Fucking tried to kill me. She cut her husband across the back with a box cutter and gave him 197 stitches. Do you hear me? 200 stitches. Cut him. She's hit somebody and actually killed them in traffic, and it was an accident. She's not in jail. But, like, she's a Scorpio moon, and she has Pluto in the 8th house. So her moon and Pluto are there in her 8th house. And she is somebody that you don't play with like that. Like my other sister that passed on, she'll fight you. She's a fighter. She's a Leo. She boxes. She'll fight and she does all that ghetto shit. My sister Diana will kill you. Will fucking kill you. Will kill me. Will kill me. Some people don't have that line. And she has dudes that are obsessed with her. You know, I know too much about our personal business because we don't have those boundaries, but I'm sure she's a fucking freak. She has niggas that are obsessed with her. Why? And deal with her and that shit. Because, hey, man, like, the crazy ones got the best coochie, right? Like, I like crazy women like that. Like, my wife has Venus in Scorpio, but it's in the 7th house. Like, she don't fucking play like, but at the same time, like, everybody ain't gonna play with you like that. And then, like I said, there's a line that some people don't have. They take it too far. They take it to extremes. Pluto in the 8th house, these are the type of people that do that. People with Pluto in the 8th house are the type of people that take it to the extreme and then push the envelope even deeper. So sexually, it's life-changing. It's crazy. We ain't never did no shit like that. Goddamn. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was amazing. I love you. I've never had an intimate connection like that. We're locked. But now, if you're not locked in, you're locked in. And then now there's obsession. And now there's craziness. And now there's this. And then also, they're the type of people who, they really change from the inside out. It's like one day they're this way. And then the next day, something traumatic has been triggered inside of them. And then that triggers something else inside of them, this darkness that makes it dangerous. That's just life. And that's why Pluto and Scorpio in the 8th house is number 1 on the list of the price list top 5 most powerful Pluto placements. before we go? I know we got 44 people in here. It's been a fucking trip. We've been here for 4 hours. Hey, I might stay on long. I don't know how long I'm gonna stay on. I gotta take my dog out within the next hour, but I might stay on for at least 1 more hour. I don't know. But we've already been here for 4 hours. So let me do a review of this, and then I might open the floor up for questions or discussions after that, so we can do whatever we need to do. We can talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. We can vibe for a few minutes, desensitize from the top 5. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet. Make sure you go join the tribal council here on the channel. That's the memberships here. Make sure y'all be ready when I come again, because I'll be back on Monday. I come Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You understand? And then I drop a new video, just content, on Thursday. So I'll drop a video this upcoming Thursday on Part of Fortune in the first house. So if you're looking for Part of Fortune in astrology is how you can make the most money. The energy you need to tap into, or the energy that you naturally have that can show you the most prosperity on this physical plane of existence or in this life. And so the Part of Fortune is a beautiful thing to behold when you're dealing with Fortuna, or the Part of Fortune, or the Lot of Fortune in those Arabic lots. And so I already have one on all of the Part of Fortune and all of the signs. So I'm just continuing that series by going to the houses. And then next I'll do Chiron. And then I'm just going to finish out those series, Chiron in the signs, because I've already done Chiron in the houses. So we have to do Part of Fortune in the houses, Chiron in the signs. We have the aspect series going on. We have the numerology series going on, and we have the midheaven series all going on at once. And so I've been on it this month. I've been on my shit this month. I've been up at 6, 7 in the morning. I get up at 4 in the morning and work out, and then I'm on live on here by 7 or 8 in the morning every morning here for the last month. And so I'm also in a strict schedule of recording, and I have readings to do in between there. I actually have clients that I cater to. And so this is a beautiful thing. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button though and fuck with me. Hi, Vanessa. See, I've asked this before, but this begs the question. Now, this is not me asking for myself. You understand? I'm asking for a friend. Do they have good coochie in Canada? Somebody told me it's just a little bit colder, and I like it. I need it warm. Or should I say we? Because it ain't about me. See how the game was. That shit don't matter. Saturn's gold. They got that moose knuckle in Canada. All right, y'all. We gonna stop playing. Stop playing. We're supposed to be serious. We're supposed to be spiritual. Stop playing. But nah. So y'all done made some people leave. Stop playing. And they said it feels like home. Anyway, y'all, let me go through the review of the top 5, and then like I said, the floor is open for a few minutes. We're gonna stay for however long there's people here, because I mean we have a lot of people here. This has been one of those sessions. They're probably gonna be 3,000-4,000 viewers by the time we're done. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, maybe more than that. You know what I'm saying? We've had like 20, 30,000 before, but I think by the time this one is over with, we might get to like 5. Anywhere between 2 and 5, which is great. Don't seem like it, but that's how, because of the format of this and this showing up like a short, people just swipe through. And so each swipe through is a view. So if you swiped into it and you stayed for more than 1 second, then that goes ahead and adds to the logistics. So if you don't like this, swipe up, bitch. Now, number 5 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most powerful PlUtO placements was PlUtO in Virgo in the 12th house, because the power of the mind for those people was really something to behold. You know, they can completely destroy themselves, or they can completely heal other people just like that. And they can be so critical that they can break somebody down viciously, or they can speak life into a situation like never seen before. And the powers of manifestation that come with that placement are absolutely wondrous too, because you know it goes both ways. So they have to be careful what they think about, because if they think about anything long enough, it's gonna happen. And so if they think about negative shit long enough, it's gonna happen. If they think about something positive, they can heal something. And so that is very polarizing. All right, and they have a vacuum inside of them that attracts people and situations and relationships that need fixing and need healing, because ultimately this is a placement for healers. And so that's why their life is so peculiar. But they also can get caught up and lose everything in themselves and get lost in trying to heal other people, or get lost in other people's problems, or they can exhaust all of their energy trying to fuck with other people and leave their life in shambles and let their life decay while they're always caught up in everything else with others. So you have to be very careful with that, but it is very powerful. Number 4 on the list of the price list top 5, that was Pluto and Libra in the 3rd house. And that's because those people developed very fast mentally. And so when they were kids, they actually developed a lot quicker, more mentally than they did emotionally. And that actually helped them because they learned to make discernments without their emotions getting in the way. And so they look at things objectively, they pick up on things quickly. Their understanding of people is very keen because they were able to spot motives before they even knew what a motive was. And so they can objectively take their feelings from a situation and watch what's happening and see things unfold in a way that they can really help some people take in being an advocate for them. And that can give them power in a way, but also it's powerful. The influence that it has with them and their mind is powerful, and the intelligence and the cleverness that it gives them. Their objectivity is awesome, and the way that they can deal with people is a gift in and of itself. And so that gives them every advantage right there. You know, sometimes you don't need to be in charge. You just need to be able to whisper in the ear of somebody who's in charge, and you can have anything you want. You know, sometimes it's the advocate that has the power. It's the advisor of the king in a lot of instances that's in power, because the king is just this person who's had everybody do something for them their whole life. And so with the person who's actually calling the shots is the person that's giving them advisement. And so this is something right here that can afford you with a lot of power in life, because you are somebody who is able to use your mind to manipulate a lot of situations, and that's good and bad. All right, then number 3 on the list of the price list top 5 most powerful Pluto placements was Pluto in Scorpio in the 1st house. And I have that myself. And you know, this makes people have an intensity oozing off of them. They can change the density of a room in just an instant by entering it. They're catalyst, but they also provoke responses in people in bad ways too. So they have a very provocative energy. They can provoke people in situations. They make the energy of a situation change just like that. And if they have it retrograde, they themselves are the type of person who changes like that. Like me, I have it retrograde, so there's pieces of my personality that I eliminate every day, every hour. And there'll be another piece that springs from that, but I'll see something I don't like about myself and I'll fucking change it. I won't ever do that fucking shit again. I hate that shit. I won't ever do that shit again. If there's something I've like, that's something I won't do. But there's also stuff that comes from that I'm always having to find who I am. So it just makes my life more intense than other people's lives, because everything in my life is so changeable. And I'm not the same person as I was 5 minutes ago, or 5 months ago, or 5 years ago. I'm just not. You understand? So this is one of those placements that's very powerful, the effect that it has on people and the native. Then number 2 was Pluto in Leo in the 10th house. And that's influence. That's an ego that can just drive a person to the greatest of heights in life, but it can also make them a fucking maniac. You know, not even pain can stop their ambition, and nobody, not even their family, can challenge their power. You know, this is not just power. This is Putin. Like I said before, Vladimir Putin has this. You know, this is somebody who takes what they want. This is somebody who makes things bend to their will, because they're not going to bend to anything, because this is so fixed in its expression. You know what I'm saying? And so everything with that kind of has an energy to it that feels like if it's moving in any direction, it's only moving ambitiously. So Pluto in Leo in the 10th house was number 2. Then number 1 was Pluto in Scorpio in the 8th house. And that's somebody who can change somebody's life just by interacting with them. This is somebody who's very intense from the inside out. This is somebody who takes it to the extreme. This is somebody who's always willing to take it farther than anybody else is willing to take it. This is somebody who's resourceful, deep, conflicted, dangerous, powerful, sexy as fuck, but also obsessive and dangerous. This is somebody who, in their own way, is a lot to deal with. You understand? This is somebody who, you know, dealing with them, the situation is never going to be the same. Your life is never going to be the same. All right? And so that's the priceless top 5 most powerful Pluto placements. Hit the fucking like button if you like this video. Where the hell is my dog? Yeah, I went hard today. How the fuck did that get there? The floor is open for anything we need to talk about for the next, I don't know. We've been here for 4 hours. 20 minutes. We're here for 20 more minutes and then I gotta go. 20 more minutes, that's it. 4.5 hours is as long as I can come. 20 minutes, I'm out. I got shit to do. I'm ready to take the rest of the weekend off. Hey, what's up, Phyllis? Thank you. What is a Leo midheaven? A Leo midheaven? I mean, they're a Leo midheaven. A lot of times Scorpio people have Leo midheaven. Scorpio rising people have Leo midheaven. That's why they have so much ego. But that don't mean they have to. Sometimes they have Scorpio rising people have Virgo midheavens. But a lot of Scorpio rising people have Leo midheaven. But Leo midheavens is just like you have confidence to do just about anything. As long as you are confident in yourself, you always have that. You have good tastes. You have charisma. You have a lot that can help you to succeed. You know, but sometimes you can get so egotistical that it's hard for you to learn anything new or anybody to help you because you're too caught up in your ego. So there's things that are going to really help you, but there's also going to be some behaviors with the Leo midheaven that can sometimes slow things down. It won't get in the way, but it'll slow things down. Go said it. You said, is Chiron in the 8th powerful? Absolutely. I have Chiron in the 8th. Or it's right there on my 8th and 9th cusp. But yes. It is very powerful. But you got to get over your trauma and the stuff that you went through. You have issues with intimacy and sex, and you have issues with death, and you have all types of stuff that you got to get up off of you. You have a shadow part to you that you really have to address in your life with Chiron in the 8th house. That isn't easy because it's deep inside of you, and it's rooted in trauma, it's rooted in realness, it's rooted in crisis, it's rooted in passion, it's rooted in fear, it's rooted in a lot of the stuff that, you know, has been in you and had residue on you since a very early age. And so you're really going to have to confront that, acknowledge it, confront it for you to really be able to see the most of that. And it could also mean that sometimes you feel like you didn't get what you were owed from your family, or you didn't inherit anything but trauma from your family. So there's a lot that comes with Chiron in the 8th house. Complex Simple Salima, you send me an email at mr.turner1300@gmail.com. Y'all somebody post my email for me. Once you send me an email, I'll send you a list of services and a price list, and you can go there. Hey, I'm always gonna answer, fam. If I see it, I'm gonna answer. That's why I'm here. Now, Anybody else have anything? Did I miss anybody's question just a second ago? Oh, I did. Vanessa. Oh, Saturn's go too. Oh, and Aaliyah Hunter, you said you have Jupiter and Uranus and Aquarius in the 5th house, but Saturn retrograde in Aries is squaring your moon in the 7th. Is it best to be single? No. Your moon is in the 7th. It's never best for you to be single. You're fucking, right, like you need relationships a little bit. So no, if your moon is in the 7th house, it's not best to be single ever. Your whatever house your moon is in is what you need for security and comfort in this life. So sometimes you need somebody to help you, you know, have the passion, or somebody to help, you know, depending on what sign is there. And so if your moon is in the 7th, I don't know what sign your moon is in, but if your moon is in the 7th, you're supposed to be in relationships. So no. Saturn's goat, you said what part of the natal chart is the house of the planet? You don't see anything in the 1st house for the 1st house. You just might not have anything in your 1st house. Not everybody has anything in the 1st house. Your stuff is in other houses. Vanessa Marie, you said you have the South Node coming into conjunction with your Virgo midheaven. What kind of energy is that going to present to you? The same old shit that you're used to. It's the South Node. I mean, it's the type of energy that you're comfortable with. But I would also say on the other end of that, if the South Node is coming into the conjunction with your midheaven, that means the North Node is coming to your IC. So you need to really start looking at stuff at your home, in your home life, and trying to address and forgive things, whether it be your familiar home or your familial home or your home right now. And so right now, this is a perfect time to heal and forgive situations within either your household, with your family or whatever, or just focus on your feelings and really expressing yourself in that way, because you're used to that Virgo midheaven shit. You're used to working. You're used to, you know, taking care of business and being reliable and being. But sometimes you gotta really address your feelings. And so I think what you need to do now is look to the North Node. You know, anytime you say, well, what's the South Node telling you? The South Node is telling you to look to the North Node. So you say, what's the South Node mean? The South Node means look at the fucking North Node. I hope that answers your question. Watkins Cathouse, you say you have a Friday, but you have a synastry question. What is moon opposite moon? There's people that deal with things in completely different ways. You have completely different emotional natures. That could be a good thing and a bad thing, but it just means that y'all deal with things differently. As we override, you said any priceless knowledge on Uranus, Sun, and Mercury in the 8th house in Pisces. Stay on your spiritual path, but don't get caught up in superficial spiritual shit. This shit that's a fad. You don't get caught up in that shit. That means get in tune with you. Get as much self-awareness as possible about the changes that you go through as you experience, because you would probably have some amazing spiritual gifts. With those placements right there, you probably are very gifted. It can be confusing because you're so empathetic sometimes, and you pick up on so many different realms of influence from things around you and other people's emotions and shit like this. And, you know, you have so much going on inside of you that you don't speak on, that a lot of times you're just trying to dumb that shit down. You spend so much time trying to dumb that shit down. Well, if you stop trying to dumb it down and you tune into that stuff, you actually have some amazing divine gifts that you can really, really, really help. And so you have some stuff that you can do, whether it be musically, whether it be helping people, whether it be spiritual gifts, psychic gifts, whether it be all of that together, incorporating it, whether it be artistic gifts, whether it be acting, whether it be dancing. Like, you have some really divine stuff deep down inside of you, but you're going to have to really get to the depth of you to get it out of you. And sometimes it's trauma that triggers it. And so you're just somebody who your life is incredibly dynamic, and I would make sure that you're living every day to the fullest, because with Uranus in the 8th, you got to understand that not every day is promised. You understand? And that, I don't want you to take more than what I said from that, because that could mean anything. It literally means anything. And Uranus is actually exalted in the 8th. It loves being in the 8th house. And so it wants to change. It wants to be dynamic. It wants to transform. It wants to be that thing right there that is intense and powerful in your life. And it wants to be something that just comes out in those times of need and really shows everybody. So you have that inside of you. But with Pisces, it's the forgiveness and the compassion you show in times of crisis. It's the calm that you give. It's the understanding that you have. It's the divine gift that you have of compassion and forgiveness that's going to really be helpful in the way that you can really create a vibe that people can really feel like you understand emotions at a visceral level. And so you got to utilize that, family. You said, what does it mean when you have empty houses? It just means that's not really a realm of importance in your life. It doesn't mean that there's nothing there and it's not something, but it just means that's not a focal point of your life. You know, those empty houses, the energy's still there. You would just look to whatever planet is there, or I mean, whatever sign is there, and whatever planet rules that sign, and then you get an energetic significance of what that house is probably going to be looking like for your life. But other than that, that just means that's not the major focal point, and there's not a planet that's there that's making that just a dynamic area of your life. So yeah, what's the next top 5? I don't know. You want to suggest something? Can I explain the synastry between, or your synergy in Pluto trine Venus? That's a sexual attraction. That's that right there. But it can be obsessive. You know, when you have such a strong sexual connection with somebody or a strong sexual energy, people can get obsessed with you. You know, so both of that going with that. Cherie, I did not skip your question. I didn't see your question. If you have a question, just ask it again, baby. You know I never skipped you on purpose. So don't do that. I didn't see it. So just ask it again. Maybe I have it on top messages and not all messages. Yes, I do. So I'm not even seeing everybody's messages. I'm only seeing the top messages. I had to change my chat. So ask it again. I apologize. If I missed your question, I never skipped you. I just missed your question. Just ask it again. Ask it again. All right? Ask it again. Best Saturn placements. I think we've done that, but I can look and see if we haven't, I will again. Aaliyah Hunter, you said you're a Libra rising, but it says you have an 8th house Taurus, sometimes 8th house Aries, or sometimes 8th house Aries. How does it work? If it's sidereal, your Aries is probably in the 8th house. If it's Western, regular, or, you know, tropical, then this is going to be Taurus is your 8th house, ruling your 8th house. That's why. Is 11/22 a Scorpio Sag cusp? It just depends on what time you're, because when you say you get conflicting info, that means you're going to need your birth time, because that means that is a day that the signs change. So it depends on what time you were born, because if you were born earlier in the day, you could be a Scorpio. If you were born later in the day, you could be a Sagittarius. So you're not on the cusp. There's really no such thing as the signs as cusps. There's deacons that have influences, but the cut on the signs, you're either 0 degrees one sign or 29 degree the other sign. There's no cusp. There's no in between. You're not a little bit of both. If you have both of those energies, it's because the sun and the sun and Mercury can never be farther away from each other, or never be very far away from each other. The sun and Venus can never be far away from each other. The sun and Venus can be 47 degrees away from each other. The sun and Mercury can be 28 degrees away from each other, but they can't be that far. So your sun can be in Scorpio and your Mercury can be in Sagittarius. Your sun can be in Scorpio and your Venus can be in Capricorn. You understand? Or your Venus can be in Virgo even, or Libra. And so it can go as far as those. So it opens a realm of possibilities, but not very far. So you could have that energy too. You know, you're not just one thing. We just use that as a label because that's what your sun sign is used as the label in astrology, because that's what your ego is centered around, is the sun. And so just like anything else, you're going to see the sun is the ego expression. In this life, you are Ray Massey. In this life, I'm Rodrigo. In this life, this is Tawny Watkins. And so when you see those things right there, you ultimately say, well, okay, well, your ego is centered around being this. But ultimately, you still have your energy and your soul that has a whole makeup of all different types of energies that are synthesized in this experience together. And so, yeah. You said, is Life Path 1 suited for a career in pro wrestling? Absolutely. I have a video on Life Path 1 I just dropped, Next Wealth. You need to go watch that. But Life Path 1 is definitely something that could do in pro wrestling. How would a Life Path 9 and 11 work together? Great. They can inspire each other. They can help each other heal. They can help the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's somebody who is, them being together is not just helpful to them and healing to them. It's healing to the world. It's healing to the motherfucking world. Hey, Salima, I'm gonna answer your text your email. I saw it come through, but I'm talking right here. So when I end this live and just here in a few minutes, it won't be very long. I've already been here for over 4 hours. Then I'll address that. Because I got to take my dog out and I got to get to my weekend. And I'm ready to get to my motherfucking weekend. And I have sciatica. I can't be sitting here much longer. I got to stand up and walk around. My fucking legs are hurting from my back being the way that it is and me having horrible posture. So, yeah. What's a Scorpio midheaven? Focus. It's a Mamba mentality like Kobe Bryant. It's extreme focus. The Scorpio midheaven is like, you have a multitude of talents and you can do a lot of different stuff, but if you're going to succeed, it's because your ability to focus is second to none. You can you have an ability to focus that is amazing. If you lock in, ain't nothing stopping you. Ain't nothing fucking stopping you. So once you start focusing on something, like, you are very powerful. Like, and like I said, reminds me of Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant is a Capricorn rising, but he has that Scorpio midheaven, and that's where the Mamba mentality comes from. It's like, I lock in, and it doesn't matter if I'm the bad guy. I do what I got to do to win, bitch. I can be your bad guy. You don't have to like me. I'm gonna win, bitch. And that's why you get like the way that you get sometimes. You don't let shit go, and the way that you are is you just fucking you get locked in on destroying whatever is in the way of whatever it is you got going on. And so I definitely understand you, Tawny, but I ain't gonna excuse it. Next, Wealth, you said if you're an Aries rising in Vedic and Taurus and Western, which one would you be? Both. So if you're Aries, if you're a Western Taurus and an Aries rising in Vedic, are you Kritika? You're probably Kritika Nakshatra. Or you could be another Nakshatra too. I have to look. But yeah. You look at your nakshatra, and that'll give you more an understanding in Vedic. Yeah. Tony Watkins is a Aquarius with Capricorn rising. Somebody needs to smile right now. I'm here to be the smile on your motherfucking face. What Mars placement do I think can fight? I think any of them can fight. That's not something I'm not saying I wouldn't look to Mars, but any of them can fight. I mean, look at Floyd. I think Floyd is a Mars in Pisces. Terrence Crawford is a Mars in Virgo. You understand? I know some Mars and Capricorns that can't fight. I know some Mars and Aries that will fight but can't fight. And so I just think that it depends on aspects and other stuff too. My lady's a Mars in Pisces. She will fight. My son is a Mars in Pisces. He will fight. He tries to avoid it, but it's in the first house. He will fight. Her Mars is in the 12th house. Her aggression gets the best of her. She be tripping. Sometimes over nothing. I think aspects come into play, and I think house placement is more important. Ray, did you ask a question? Let me go up and look. I'm sorry, Ray. Cherie, did I end up answering your question? You say your Neptune is in the 4th house. Sextile between Neptune and Pluto. Shoot you some game. I mean, if there, let me put you up on some game. First of all, Neptune and Pluto are never far away from a sextile to each other. All right, so that is going to be something that's influential, but not that influential. I'm still going to tell you what it means. So I don't want you to think I'm dismissing it, but I just want you to know. Most of the people born since 1950 have Neptune sextile to Pluto because of this retrogradation process. Once they came into that aspect, they've kind of flirted with that aspect with each other for 70 years now, off and on. Like just recently, Neptune and Pluto were sextile to each other. Right now, they're still loosely sextile. They're within 4-degree orb. And so this, if you wanted to consider that a sextile, you could. I don't really look to anything less than 2 or 3 degrees in transit, but they're still closely sextile to each other in a way. And so with Neptune sextile to Pluto, and your Neptune, did I lose your question? Where's the question? Oh, my chat refreshed. But your Neptune is in the 4th house. Well, where's your Pluto? And what signs are they? Because this does make the sextile different. The signs do matter. But Neptune sextile to Pluto speaks of a process going on, right? A process, right? The synthesizing process. And it's like, you want the world to be a better place, but you understand we can't go overthrow the government and defund the police. You want there to be change, right, Ray? You want there to be change, but you also a grown-ass man. You understand we can't, there's certain shit we just can't do. We can't go fucking kill everybody that persecuted us. Black people can't go attack white people. They can't fucking blame everything for everybody. You can't always fucking live like that. You can't fucking go defund the police for real. You can't overthrow the government. Change has to be a process, right? You understand that. So that's what's happening universally. Now with you personally, right, there's also a process going on inside of you. You realize that this change is a process. And if this change is a process in the world, then there's also a process of change going on inside of you. So as you change for the better, then the world can start changing for the better. Because the world being a better place, as I've always told y'all, starts with you being a better person. And so with Neptune sextile to Pluto, that's kind of how it goes. There's this fundamental process. And you have Neptune in the 4th house. So a lot of stuff where you came from. There's a lot of stuff. And Neptune actually does great in the 4th house. But the residues of experience and all that shit intermingling with everything that you got going on with that, it just ends up creating this process of change. And so you're growing out of something. And so as you're growing out of something, there's also other fundamental behaviors that you're growing into as you come with this. And as you change and as life changes, you start to get better. And as you start to get better, you can start contributing to the world being better. And so that's how that goes with that. Chief! Hey, y'all, we're really going in 20 minutes and I'm out. I've already been here for 4 hours. I can't believe I stayed for 5 hours when I was only supposed to stay for 3. I gotta stand up real fast. Excuse me, I gotta stand up. I had to stand up, y'all. But yeah, that's where we at with that. All the water mid-heavens. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button before I get mad. That's the least you can do. Because I ain't seen not one super chat come through here. I've been here this whole time. I ain't seen nothing come through. I just hit y'all with some of the most beautiful, energetic shit you can experience. So the Cash App is pinned in the chat right there. The super sticker, super thanks, or the super chat is always available. We've been here for 5 motherfucking hours. All right. And I'm looking like I'm looking, and feeling like I'm feeling, and killing like I'm killing.
Look at it.
Oh, one more time. I'm also a Cancer midheaven. I'm a Cancer sun and a Cancer midheaven.
This chair.
Virgo moon is on. I should have had my glasses on today. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, Ski Mask Lord, you family now. You in there, bitch. You fam now, nigga. You in there, bitch. Welcome to the Vibe Tribe. You are now a part of the PrIcElEs family. What's up to the Supernova Surfer? You said, what's my thoughts on Uranus and Neptune conjunct the midheaven in Capricorn? If you stop underestimating yourself, you could be a bad motherfucker. You're meant to lead and succeed. You got awesome skills to lead and succeed. Just don't feel guilty about doing it. And, you know, stop underestimating yourself, and the people will stop underestimating you. That's what's my thoughts on that. You got that conjunction with that right there. Ski Mask Lord, cool is spelled with the C, cuz. Just so we know. It's spelled with a C. Advice on retrograde Saturn and Aries in the 7th house. Yeah. When you work on yourself, you'll have better relationships. As you work on yourself, stop being self-righteous and stop having that attitude that you be having. Your relationships will get better. Then you'll be able to have a healthy relationship because it starts with you. You are the problem. You are the problem. That's just kind of how it goes. I appreciate the love on CashApp, Nichelle. You always show love. Salima, thank you for this super chat love. Or super thanks, or whatever that is. But whatever, super sticker. Thank you for that. See, that just matters. That's energy. It's not about needing it. I obviously don't need it. But that's energy. Phyllis, you don't fit in the cliques because you take everything too serious. Phyllis be serious. I know Phyllis, y'all. Phyllis be feeling it. Phyllis, I promise you. Phyllis is taking. If you think you serious about it, Phyllis is even more serious. Phyllis takes it serious. For real. I love Phyllis. What makes me a feeler? I'm a feeler because I have all these water placements, probably. If we're going to ascribe it to astrology, which is what we do here. I'm a Cancer sun, Pisces moon. That's why. How do you break a spell? I mean, there's lots of ways. You release it off of you also. Just release anything on you. You need to find some type of way to release any energy that's binding you in your life. That's a different process for different people. A spell is ultimately just going to be energy. Do I look sleepy? No, this is how I look naturally. I look actually wide awake and alert. My eyes are hardly ever this open. Whether you know that or not, my eyes are hardly ever this open. I'm a Pisces moon. This is how my eyes are. This is as open as they get. How did I know that I take stuff serious? Because I know you, Phyllis. This is what I do. I know people. As a professional, this is what I get paid to do, is pay attention and pick up on energy and read energy. And so I just know you take everything serious, Phyllis. Because you motherfucking do. Sit your serious ass down, Phyllis. I gotta tell you, it ain't even like that, Phyllis. Shit. Hey, y'all, we got 20 more minutes for real. I don't care how many people are here. We've been here for a long time. Shit. 5 hours is a fucking long ass time. I gotta stay active. I appreciate the love, Devin Donaldson. I appreciate the love, cuz. Does anybody else have anything they want to say? Scorpio, 8-degree moon. God damn, I ain't dealing with your crazy ass. But nah, Scorpio moon will make you a little crazy. Like, God damn, this nigga crazy and he will kill you. Like he loves deeply though too. Or I don't know what you, but yeah. They love deeply too. They love deeply. What's up, Gabriel from Brazil? Shout out to everybody in Brazil. Shout out to Sandra. My heart. What's up, my heart? But yeah, they love deeply too. Scorpio moons love deeply. But the motherfucker be crazy than the motherfucker. If you have a bond with them, you'll always have a bond with them, but they'll also hate you. They'll love you and hate you. I'm one of the coldest in the world with this astrology stuff, y'all. Y'all should know that by now. Most of the people that's here do know that. But this is my gift. And I am gifted. I have other gifts. But I am gifted. I have a profound understanding. Without tooting my own horn. Like, and I am tooting my own horn too. I have a gift of understanding. I don't just know it, I understand it. What is Mercury in Capricorn? I already said Mercury in Capricorn. I mean, in a natal chart, it's just, I mean, you see things for what they pretty are. You're pretty literal about most things. Sometimes it can be a little depressing, or you can be a little, like, sarcastic. But, yeah, you can have one of those sense of humors that just might, like, talk a shit a lot, and a lot of people might think you're mean, but sometimes you're not mean. You're just you. And, you are very intelligent because you do things the right way. You want to make sure that you're taking the process the way that you're going to do. You're not just going to come up with something out of the blue. You're going to make sure that something has a strict process to it as far as sticking to the facts and doing it the right way. And so there is a certain integrity in the way that you think that is refreshing. And you're also somebody who, you always want to make sure you know what the rules are so that you can play accordingly. Not so it can limit you, but so you can play the right way and so that you can actually win. And so there's a lot that goes with Mercury and Capricorn. You're not the most imaginative person in the world, but you are somebody who is very intelligent. But like very literal and like very sarcastic and dry about shit. Like, and if you don't know how to take it, you're not gonna know how to take it. Like, yeah, some people just can't take it. Like, but I can take it. I can make it. I can take it. I'll break it too if. Oh, we know, Tawny Watkins, you got motherfucking Mars in Capricorn. I mean, Mercury in Capricorn. I know. This nigga says this Thierry Henry. Nah, this is John Henry. I got that big hammer. Stop playing with me. We got 15 minutes left. Let's make it count, y'all. And as I do it all the time, make sure I give a shout out to Star. Yeah, you know who we are. Yeah, I've been this fine all 5 hours I've been here. I'm sorry. Now, I forgot what I was gonna say now. I got so caught up in me. Who said come correct? I always come correct. Who said come correct? Let me go back there. Oh, Phyllis. I'm not gonna be playing with Phyllis today. Phyllis gonna be serious to the motherfucker. Serious was serious. I called Phyllis serious. Phyllis was a fucking mod, and Phyllis started blocking everybody one day. Phyllis blocked every other mod and everybody if you said anything at all. Phyllis turned into the motherfucking sheriff. I had to say, Phyllis, you blocking mods. And Phyllis said, take this goddamn badge away then. Because I'm not dealing with nobody's shit. That's why you cannot give Capricorns no power. Like, keep your Capricorn ass over there. Like, you not finna fucking get over here and start blocking everybody in the motherfucking chat. Like, hell no. I made Phyllis a mod. Phyllis told me to take it away. She's like, and she didn't say I'll stop doing it or nothing. She said if I'm not gonna be able to do that, take this motherfucking badge away. Phyllis said, because I don't fucking play. That's what Phyllis said. Phyllis said I don't fucking play. If you're not gonna fucking let me do what the fuck I want to do and block everybody from this bitch and it just be me and you, you gonna have to take this fucking badge. I had to take it away. Phyllis Phyllis wanted it to be just me and Phyllis. So hell nah. Phyllis take shit serious. You didn't see no fucking flea here. You saw something jumping in your motherfucking eye. But yeah, Phyllis blocked about 85 people in 30 seconds and blocked every other mod and everything. Like, Phyllis, stop blocking the main people. But yeah. But yeah, man, some people don't play. That's why you gotta understand, some people just don't play. It's not a bad thing either. Some people just don't play no motherfucking game. White Crow, I have potassium-rich bananas. What you need is this stick. I know y'all go hard. Look, Phyllis speaks for all Capricorns too. Phyllis will start saying, we as the Capricorns. That's what Phyllis does. She said, we go hard for people we love. We do take things serious. All of us Capricorns are just like me. Look at Phyllis. Phyllis. Phyllis speaks for all the fucking Capricorns. I love Phyllis so much. Phyllis, I hope you feel this love I have for you. Oh, there's my dog. He finally came in here and said, look, nigga, you've been here long enough. Come here, Chief. Come here, baby. But yeah, we got 10 minutes, y'all. We're out. We've been here for 300 minutes. We've really been here for 289 minutes now. And so I'm finna have to go for real. Nigga said I need some potassium. Hey, they be getting out of line in the chat. If I took that shit personal, my feelings would be hurt like a motherfucker. Let me... Shout out to both of the Dutch bros. They be saying anything. Hey, Ant, they be on my ass, though. I don't even be mad sometimes. Like, that's what drove me to start losing weight. I was sitting in this bitch one day, and Nick came in here and said, is that Fat Drake? I said, oh, I gotta start losing weight. I said, today I'm not eating no more motherfucking portions that you know what I'm saying? I'm not going back for seconds. That is something what I thought about that. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you don't let it bother you, but it's just that one day the nigga said, is that Fat Drake? Yeah. You know what? I ain't gonna get seconds tonight. Like, hell nah. Like, you could, like, the Drake shit is insulting enough, but now you done call me Fat Drake. Like, that shit hit home right there. I said, hold on, man. Look, y'all, I'm fine. If we, just so we know, I'm still swollen this bitch. I had to go on a wellness journey for a few months. I understand that, but if you're not naturally a big boy, now I have some weight on me still. I'm still 215 pounds. I'm not a small dude. But, and you know, it's not like I'm real tall. I'm 5'11". But, you have to understand, as you get big, like, your dick shrinks. It gets to a point, once you get past a certain point, for every, like, 20 pounds you gain, you lose a quarter inch off your dick. And I'm not sacrificing any. You understand? If not, I have to change my reputation and my name. You understand? My moniker on my OnlyFans and on the hub is the 11-inch Grinch. Dr. Longstroke. It can't be kind of long. It can't be the 10. It just don't hit the same. You understand? It got to be the, you know what I'm saying? Nigga has to fit the bill. Hey, we done already got the knowledge out of the way for everybody that came to get some knowledge. Hey, we just be vibing, y'all. We be having a good time, y'all. Cosmic Mirror, it does depend on her, but you know what I'm saying? It says in the description, it says, touch his kidney every time. And so when you have those type of things in your mission statement, as your business, then guess what that means? That means if you ain't touching kidney every time, then they can get you right there, all right? They can definitely get you for that. And so I'm not willing to get up for this. I'm not willing to get up for that. But ultimately, yeah. Now, y'all need to get me off of this. See, you done got me talking secular. This was supposed to be church. Every time y'all try to drag me into the pits of y'all's negativity and y'all's toxic behavior, I'm sitting here, I'm so fucking spiritual, I'm fucking giving all this knowledge, and I'm just this beacon of hope and positivity, and then y'all drag me into this sexual stuff. Why do y'all do that, chat? Why do y'all do that, chat? Like, y'all want to drag me into that bullshit. I be trying to be, you know, I'm giving this good knowledge to y'all. I'm hitting you with that knowledge. I'm stroking it. Knowledge. You understand? I'm hitting you right there. And then next thing you know, y'all want to make it sexual. Secular. In this church, in this sacred home. Yes, I love y'all, but y'all, I told y'all my lady has Venus in Scorpio. She be remembering y'all's names on here. And so next thing you know, when she come home, that Venus in Scorpio hit. She been on her lunch break. It's noon here too. She been on her lunch break. She come home in this bitch with that Venus in Scorpio and say, wait, who the fuck is Cosmic Mirror? Bitch talking about you sexy on there. You need to be giving that knowledge, because if I really didn't see no super chats coming through. You been on there for them hours. You had no reasoning to be on there. That's how my girl go. She a Capricorn with Scorpio, Venus in Scorpio. She gonna come on here with that shit right there like a motherfucker. She gonna hit this bitch like motherfucking a ton of bricks. Who the fuck is Bratty Beretta? This is what she gonna say. Who the fuck is Bratty Beretta? She gonna she gonna be tripping on him. Say, babe, that's the Vibe Tribe, babe. I just can't help you. Like, you entertaining that bullshit. I said, I'm just an entertaining person. Shit. I'm just a fucking entertaining person. Say, that's why you chose me. Look, she got them Leo placements like me, Cosmic Mirror. That's what the problem is. I have the moon in the 5th house, and I got them Leo placements. So it's like, look, I'm just entertaining. I'm just engaging. You understand? Like, they love me, and I love that they love me. And so if they love me and I love them and we love each other, then I'm just gonna pop my shit like, Come here, Chief. You understand? This is how we hit. But no, I'll bullshit to the side. Nigga be, she really will come in here and say, like, who the fuck is Cosmic Mirror? This didn't happen before. She engaged, who is Heather Nielsen? If anybody's a commissioner of the Vibe Tribe, I'm the commissioner of the Vibe Tribe. Who wrote your first video? Me. So, okay, goddamn, baby. I'm sorry, shit. Yes, it's the vibes that matters. We've been here like this for 5 hours now. We finna go, y'all. I know it's a lot of y'all here. We finna fucking go. I gotta take my dog out. I've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning. It's time for me to get on with my day. I got some other shit to do. Yes, I'm married. I just told you that. Y'all still ain't gonna act right. But y'all be drawing me into this behavior. Y'all give me the showing out and blushing. And next thing you know, I'm acting light-skinned in this bitch. And I don't even like colorism, but I know it's light-skinned behavior that I be exhibiting. Like, I know I be doing it. You know I be doing it. I start doing your hands. As soon as a nigga start doing it like this is how you know a nigga ain't shit. As soon as you see a dude and you start talking to him and he start moving his shoulders like this and he start doing all that shit with his hands, that's when you know with me. I'm telling you, I'm giving you game. That's when you know immediately. Just leave that nigga alone, the nigga not, you know what I'm saying? And that's what happens. I start, you understand? I start. So I just gotta get right. You understand? Because I'll soak it up. I'll let you do it. But I also whoop niggas too. Ski Mask Lord. We family. You hear it. So I'm just letting you know I'm the big brother that do that too. I also fight. I also done spent a whole bunch of years in the penitentiary in Texas. You know what I'm saying? So I also am like that. I just try not to do that shit because that shit is stupid. I try not to do it anymore because I'm a grown-ass man and I want my sons to do differently. And so I play a lot, but I do conduct myself a different way. But yeah, I'm also that nigga that will slap folks. You heard? So what we gonna do, y'all? We finna go. What y'all gonna do the rest of the weekend? I love y'all, but I'm finna go. So I appreciate everybody that came. I appreciate your love and support. If you're interested in any astrological readings, don't ever get at me in these motherfucking comments. Get at me in my email, which is mr.turner1300@gmail.com. That's MR.TURNER1300@gmail.com. We'll be back on Monday. We be vibing Monday for real. Where the moon gonna be Monday? If the moon is in Virgo right now, hold on. That means the moon be in Libra on Monday. And so we gonna come fly in the motherfucker. I don't know how we're gonna be dressed, but the outfit gonna be right. You understand? As I come through here on Monday, Sun in Capricorn, moon in Libra. I don't know how I'm gonna pull up, but I'm gonna pull up. You know what I'm saying? You know, if I'm coming fly, I'm gonna have my fedora on and shit. So I have a little something like. But yeah, we'll be here on Monday. I appreciate everybody. All you need to do if you're wondering about my services, shoot me that email. I'll shoot you a list of my services and a price list. We'll go from there. You understand? This is a beautiful vibe. It's a beautiful experience. I appreciate everybody that came through. Y'all keep it real till next time. Don't behave, though. Don't behave.